assistance with, and we will assist them with international returns. This group of objects from the Museum of the Cherokee People is the first group to come to us via our partnership with Atoll. And in fact, given how new the Waystation initiative is, it is only the second group of objects that we have looked into returning. The Waystation is currently very focused on developing its own best practices and protocols. Among these is what we're calling our intake protocol. This process must allow us to conclude the feasibility of returning an object or a group of objects and what actions we need to take in order to do that in the most ethical and culturally informed way. Our draft intake protocol calls for us to constitute a review panel to examine the objects that we are considering. This panel is meant to be comprised of regional and cultural experts, including members of descendant communities, when those affiliations are known. In the case of the objects from the Museum of the Cherokee People, no community affiliations were known prior to constituting this first panel, and so our panelists are specialists in Mexican archaeology and anthropology. Should an affiliation to an existing community be identified by members of this panel, and the Waystation decides it has the resources and expertise to proceed with facilitating this return, we will include representatives from that community in the next panel. The second panel will likely also include representatives from the government of Mexico and the local Mexican consulate. During this meeting, our panel members will discuss their preliminary examinations of the objects from the Museum of the Cherokee People. We will look at a few images and talk through some specific questions. I have a message from Evan Mathis, who is the Director of Collections and Exhibitions at the Museum of the Cherokee People. The Museum of the Cherokee People would like today's speakers and audience to know that the objects being examined are not all of the objects in their collection that they want to return back to their homes. If you feel that you have knowledge about any international objects on our online database, which is past perfect, you are welcome to reach out to Evan Mathis or his team at any time to tell us what you know. We welcome your expertise. And you can do this by contacting the Waystation, and we'll put you in touch with Evan Mathis, or you can go directly to the museum's website. All right, we'll get started with this meeting now. I'd like to introduce you briefly to the members of this panel. On the far end of the table is Blanca Maldonado. Next to her is Victoria Lyle. We will deliver much more extensive biographies of our speakers before their actual individual presentations. Next to Victoria is Christian Debrere, and we have two of our doctoral candidates from the UCLA Institute of Archaeology, Kelly Roddy and Luna Martinez de Luna. Lucha Martinez de Luna, who I know quite well, but because I'm nervous, I can't pronounce her name. All right, everybody, I have some questions to open up our meeting, and I also have some images and a list of things that you noted. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce, thank you. I forgot to introduce Edith Ortiz Diaz, who's joining us from Mexico today, and she's spotlighted on the screen. Thank you, everybody. And in fact, we're going to start with some of the notes that Edith made on the objects from the Museum of the Cherokee People. And we'll find that, that there's crossover in the comments that all of you noted when you reviewed these objects. But I'd like to start with some general questions. I think that today's conversation will mention INA quite frequently. And I wondered if Blanca or Edith would be kind enough to explain to our audience what INA stands for and what they do. Go ahead and turn your mic on, I think, yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Well, INA stands by the Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia. For those who don't speak Spanish, it's the Institute of Anthropological and Archaeological Studies in Mexico. And handles all kinds of matters that have to do with cultural heritage, not just archaeology in Mexico. And it's a government instance. And I don't know if you could like to add anything, Edith?
Can you hear me now? Great. Okay. Good morning, everybody. The National Institute of Anthropology and History is the government institution in Mexico that deals with all the cultural heritage from pre-Hispanic times to early 20th century. It is not only, as Blanca said, about archaeology, it's also for historical objects and monuments, for example, not just pyramids for pre-Hispanic times, also for colonial and modern buildings. This institute is a Mexican government figure that works with all the cultural patrimony, but it's not only for research, or also for preservation and trying to put as many cultural heritage objects in museums, and it's how to say, a very great institute that deals also with the research and for conservation of the cultural patrimony in Mexico.
Thank you so much, Edith. And thank you, Blanca. All right, let's move on to some of the images that you noted when you were working through the objects from the Museum of the Cherokee People. And I'll just show the images on the screen, and we'll go back to some of the comments, and maybe we can just discuss the kinds of things that, and I'm sorry that it's going to be awkward to see on the screen behind you. We'll discuss some of the things that are at the Museum of the Cherokee People, and perhaps learn a little bit more about these objects as we go along. Can I share screen? Okay. This is 5083/81 is the ID number, and in the museum's database, they identified this as Costa Rican. I believe that both Edith and Victoria had some thoughts on this object. Is there a possibility that this is not Costa Rican and is instead Mesoamerican? Yeah, go ahead, Blanca.
I believe I forgot to send you my
That's
table.
okay, please.
But actually, Edith and I had a discussion on that particular item before. And in my opinion, it looks more like a Chupiquero, late Chupiquero vessel with the red and white decoration. Well, the red slip and then the white decoration. And I could even, well, these tripods are very, very common for the Chupiquara in general, but particularly for the late phases of the sculpture, which is late, formative, late, pre-classic.
Okay.
Or Edith would like to add something.
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, as I wrote, I think that it's also Chupiquero. It's from West Mexico, and the period I think that Blanca is she has pointed it very well for the late Chupiquero phase. We base mostly on the color of the vessel and also decoration. Also, I don't remember if I mentioned something about the decks of this kind of vessel that are quite similar to some of the findings that archaeologists have excavated, from Chupiquaro, well, from the Bajío. I don't know if you want to add something else, Blanca.
Victoria.
Well, my comments were more in the negative, that I didn't think that this was from Costa Rica because the profile and the tripod, like the way that the legs are formed and even the slits for the rattles, is very different from the kind of tripods that we find, especially from the Nicoya area, which is, I think, what it was identified as. So my comments were more in the negative, but I agree with both Blanca and Edith's observations that the red and white slip and the decoration really matches what we know of Chupiquaro, which the Fowler has an incredible collection.
You curated.
Chris, did you have any comments on it? I know that now that, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Oh,
Sorry, for some reason this is.
No, I mean, I'm not familiar with Costa Rican material really at all, but now that I look at that, it does make a lot of sense that would be Chupiquaro, and we do have similar vessels at the Fowler Museum, so yeah, I would agree with everyone else here on the panel.
Great. Okay. All right. Sounds like, and it looks like we have another one that is also Chupiquero, identified by several of you. 508-9. Let's have a look at this quickly, and just to be sure that we're all in agreement. Oh goodness. Okay. So this is a 5089, also identified as Chupiquero. Did anybody have any other thoughts on this? It seems like probably you're unanimous in identifying this tripod vessel as well. Okay, give me a second, make sure that I am, in fact, looking at the right piece. Okay, it's possible comments got mixed up. I do have a note that someone identified that as Chupiquero, but somebody else, looks like Victoria, you had Papagayo.
Yes, I agree. Or that's what I was. I agree with myself. Given the profile of the tripod and the shape of the legs, and also the decoration, which is basically a white slip with the orange and black on top, it really looks like it's Greater Nicoya and likely Papagayo polychrome.
More technology challenges. All right.
Yeah, I would just agree with
Yeah?
Victoria. Yeah, that's what I have in my chart.
Edith, did you have any other thoughts on this piece before we move on?
No, I don't have any comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, this isn't meant to be necessarily a debate, but so much as just working through any times that there were differing IDs. Okay, we're going to move on to the next piece. And we'll take questions at the end of the meeting if anybody has them. We'll have a Q&A period. I don't know. All right, 5090. We had a couple of different thoughts about. All right, let's see. All right, I'll get that image back up in a minute. 5090 tripod rattle bowl, Central Mexico, subregion Valle Poblano, Tlaxcalteca. And I'm sorry, my pronunciation is terrible. Possibly from Cholula.
Yes.
And Victoria, you noted that this is probably not from Costa Rica.
This. I agree with whoever said it was likely Cholula. I couldn't tell from the images that I was looking at what the central design is, but now with this one, or from that area, I would say. I don't know if it's definitively, but definitely from that period, international style period.
Great. Any other thoughts on this from any of you?
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Yes, well, I think that as I remember, I wrote that it could be a Mixteca Cholula or Cholula Mixteca for the late post-classic period, because the kind of not just the shape of the vessel, the legs, but also the polish of this material, and also the colors that I try to be as specific as I could. That's why I divide this in the chart. I decide to write region and sub-region, trying to be as more accurate as I could. I'm not quite sure if everybody is agree, but I think that it's central Mexico, and it could be from this region of Tlaxcala, Puebla area.
Okay, wonderful. So
I have a different view, and I think I'm this card note here, but it looks to me, it looks a lot like some Loma Alta, Guadalupe tripod bowls from also West Mexico, from the Zacapu area in Michoacan, which is pre-Tarascan. And it was interesting that in the website, in the I don't know, it was the curator identifies it as Tarascan, but it could be actually, if I'm right, it could be pre-Tarascan, and it's I think it looks a lot like the Central Mexican, the Cholulan. But those tripods are very Loma Alta, in my opinion. We need to.
okay.
Blanca, will you feel more? Will you be agree if we can say that it could be Central Mexico / West Mexico for the early post-classic period? How do you feel with that?
The early post-classic period, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, that could be the time period actually. The Etruscans, yeah, like before the well, Etruscans are in the late post-classic period basically. So yeah, the timing is right, and there was a lot of exchange. So it's not surprising that there are similarities, but to me it looks a lot more like Loma Alta than Cholula.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll look at it more and see what comes up. Let's move on to the next piece at this point. Sorry, this is taking so long. We have a lot of images, so bear with me. It just takes a little while to sort through them. Okay, this is 5091. Similar, again, a tripod vessel. Oh, similar to my eye. Oh. And Edith, you noted this actually the same as the previous via Cubano, Tlaxcalteca. And again, Victoria, you noted you don't think this is Costa Rican. Do you all feel that this is perhaps the same region and date as the previous tripod vessel? Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. There? No, that's the previous one. Ah. There we go. Here we go. Side view. It looks like there's a lot more surface color loss on this than the previous one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. You can see on the edges. Mm-hmm.
So if you look on the edges, even though the surface in the center is eroded, there seems to be more red and less white and less orange, if that's, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that stands out to me as different than the one previously, even though the profile is similar.
Mhm.
And this one looks, to me, in my inexpert opinion, closer to Michoacan than the previous one. But that's based on the colors.
I'll show the previous one. Here's the details of the previous design pattern and colors. And then 5091, which we're looking at now. Anybody want to comment?
Yeah, I could give it the exact same affiliation, the
Okay.
Zacapu region in Michoacan and the Loma Alta, Guadalupe places. And to me, there are variations, of course, but it's a very similar vessel to the previous one.
Okay.
The shape is the same. I mean,
Yeah. Edith, did you have any comments?
Supports.
Oh, sorry.
The creation is similar, but it's of course not the same. But Edith?
I agree with Victoria and Blanca. I think that they this eye to trying to check from West Mexico.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Kelly, go ahead.
I would just say, oh, I let it go. Okay. Well, first of all, I was the one who took the photos, so if you have criticisms, apologies. I was moving very quickly. I would say this one is it is worn down in the middle. It seems like use wear. I would agree with Blanca's identifications, but just a general comment. While photographing the collection, this is just gut feeling, and it's not super helpful for like individual identifications, but I suspect actually a lot of them are coming from border regions from central to West Mexico, because there are objects in the collection that were coming from Jalisco that are noted as that, but also that there did seem to be coming from the same collectors as far as you could tell in boxes and other things. So it may be coming from that region just as like a gut feeling. I might be biased because I work in West Mexico.
Okay. Thanks, Kelly. Okay. We're going to move on to the next piece. This is 5308. It's a little bit different. And Kelly, these photos are fantastic. We're so happy that we have them. Okay, there it is. So Edith had less of a determined hyperlocal identification for this. And I think, Victoria, you felt this was Costa Rican?
Generally, it matches what I see with these sort of anthropomorphized tripod legs, but I can't be more specific than that.
Okay. Did anybody have more specific thoughts on it in terms of its identification or date?
I agree that it comes from Costa Rica, but I'm not familiar with the different ceramic types, so I could not dare to assign a time period or a specific cultural affiliation. But it's definitely not from the Mesoamerican core region.
And that's fine, especially at this point, because we are trying to make sure that we have things that are from Mexico identified as from Mexico and things that are from Costa Rica or other parts of Mesoamerica defined as not from Mexico. So that certainly we're fulfilling our purpose here. All right.
I
Next,
agree.
similar. Okay, I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. All right. 5309. This is very similar to the previous one.
Yes.
It is a different piece. So Yeah, okay. I'm not even going to ask if anybody disagrees with this ID. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so this was a piece that everybody actually made a note of. Oh, no, not everyone. That's the next piece. This is one that was identified as Zapotec from Oaxaca. Edith, you suggested it might be let me see. Lapotec, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
There are so many figurine heads in this group that we're not going to even scratch the surface today. Edith, did you have additional thoughts? And Blanca, is this a piece that you had looked at? It's one of the only figurine heads that has any kind of, regional or site ID from the database at the Museum of the Cherokee People.
yes, but in the chart there was Lapotec, and I know it's Zapotec, but I'm not quite sure that it could be Zapotec only. It could be just from Mesoamerica. Even I was thinking that it could be very similar some figurines from Teotihuacan also.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be very challenging with anything this fragmentary, and there are so many. But we'll talk a little bit more about that issue after just going
Definitely
through.
more central Mexico than Oaxaca.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to some pieces that Chris, you noted as having some evidence. I think you noted that it would be helpful to have a closer look at these to talk about potential authenticity issues. So we have this piece, which is 5109. Chris, did you have any thoughts, or do you want to share your thoughts on this one?
If I remember correctly, I think I was just mentioning being able to see a little bit more of the use of this vessel, and whether there was just an application of mud or some other material to it to make it look older than it was. So that's all from kind of looking at it more closely in person.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the reason I kind of highlighted those is because one of the questions that I have for everyone on the panel is whether or not there's going to be a pressing reason to examine any of these pieces in person. The museum is willing to loan them to us if we do want to do a physical examination. So it's certainly something to consider if we feel like an ID really can't be made based on photographs for any of these objects. So to look at a couple more of those, and then we'll just move on to some discussion topics.
I'm whispering, but I should say what I was saying to Chris here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that one actually, it doesn't, it's not caked in mud or anything. I do think that's legit, and I think we'll confirm it. But I think that came into the Cherokee from talking to their museum pretty early. I don't know if that helps or doesn't help with authenticity, but.
Could you tell if the legs on that one were original? Okay.
I wasn't looking at that closely. My first gut instinct is I think it was. So some of these pots, it's hard to see, but some of them had been repaired and glued back together. I was moving very quickly, so I wasn't looking necessarily like that closely. But gut, I think yes.
It's an unusual shape, and it's an unusual surface treatment, but it does look like some of the Costa Rican vessels that we have in our collection. They tend to have those sort of spiky, that spiky surface, but generally they're not that short. Like there usually is another part to it, almost like a double barreled. Just, because I think we have some of those in Mesoamerica, but not that many, right? That kind of look like the ceiba on, the skin of the ceiba, but you do see them fairly commonly throughout Central America, I will say, in different like incense burners, in anthropomorphic kind of creatures where you see that spiky surface.
Yeah, so you can see that
Photos are here
there
are showing repairs there. So
there's
there
some
could have
repairs,
been,
yeah. And in fact, on the interior of the rim there, Chris, do you see that sort of dark patch where next to the sticker? That looks like repair, but
And
we
by
do
the leg
see.
there too, right? So you have
Yeah.
it on the entire, the
Yep. I mean, it's not uncommon to have an authentic thing that's been repaired and then the restorer has done a surface treatment to disguise the repair. That's possible.
Yeah, it's not a common shape, but it couldn't surprise me in an Aztec context either. Yeah.
Possibly some repairs around the legs. Okay. Okay, yes, this is another one. I wondered about this too. Kelly, did you have any impression of this when you did the photography?
definitely, that is definitely from West Mexico.
Okay.
There is no doubt. I do think, I don't know if this is working.
I don't think that's on.
Yeah. Did I turn it off? Oh,
There you
turn it
go.
back on. Okay. Not so good with mics today. There has been some alterations to it, I think. If you look up its nose, it's got glue. So that's a pretty good sign, I think. The rest of it, so for example, the pipe going to the bowl or straw, whatever you want to call it, I think that might be altered. You can see where the joint is with the hand. I think the hands might be also sketchy. The rest of it might be legit, but I mean, Chris can talk about this in terms of like West Mexican figures being like re-slipped and all sorts of stuff. It's hard to tell, but yeah, that is from, Isla del Rio, like Jalisco, Nayarit border kind of thing.
Great, definitely.
Yeah.
The style is Nayarit, but yeah, it looks altered.
Yeah. So I can verify there's at least some alteration because there is some sort of glue plug up the nose.
Okay.
Lisa, can I ask a question?
Please.
I know we're not in the discussion period yet, but I think this figure and the one that we just talked about kind of brings up a question for me,
Yeah.
which is we know that a lot of these objects have been heavily intervened, especially if they came into the collection in the 1970s or 80s, because that was the conservation trend at the time, make things look really pretty and pristine.
Yeah.
If they are pastiches,
Yeah.
or if they are heavily intervened and therefore, sorry, Blanca, I don't mean to give you my back. The integrity of the original object has been so compromised. Where does that leave this object?
That's an excellent question. And it's related to one of the questions that I wanted to ask about guidelines that INA may have 4 objects that are repatriated. I've been speaking with a colleague at Colgate University. They're in the process of repatriating a group of objects from their museums to Mexico. And she described some things that Mexico wasn't taking back due to their fragmentary nature. And I wonder if something that, like, as you described, is a pastiche or is so heavily modified, I wonder if there are restrictions or guidelines, protocols within INA that guide how they view specific fragmentary or heavily repaired objects. Edith, is that something you can help us with? You're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not quite sure if Mexican government will be able to receive this kind of materials. I think that the question that Victoria made about the integrity and the idea that in 1980s it was very common to make the pieces as new as they could and have them as restored as they could have any and have with no problems. But I'm not quite sure, and that's a very good question. Also, I was wondering, for example, if we are going to be able to present this kind of objects to areas, for example, in Nayarit, very small museums, communitary museums that could be able or could be happy to have this kind of pieces, even that they have been restored not exactly in the best way. But I'm not quite sure if Waystation propose is going to be to try to get these pieces until the end of the road. I mean, until to return the materials to Mexico, and if we can deal with with the authorities that can put these kind of materials in places that could be, how to say, that the people can appreciate them, even that they are more than restored. I'm not sure if I was very clear about it.
I think that was clear. I think that sounds like a really creative and wonderful solution to where these objects could end up after their journey home. I can't speak for the Museum of the Cherokee People, but given our previous conversations, I think they'd be very happy with a solution that sent these objects to a regional museum where a community would enjoy them and and they would get some educational purpose.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's definitely a solution we'd like to explore more. Edith, did you have more comments? Okay. Great. Let's move on to a couple more, and then we're just going to have some general conversation. We're going to look a little bit more at these possibly modified or inauthentic pieces. And also, if there were pieces that you wanted to bring up that I didn't bring up during this conversation, please do let me know and we'll find them. If I'm missing something important from my list that you wanted to discuss. Okay, so 5625. This was identified as Mesoamerican. Edith, you commented Maya, possibly from Guatemala. And Victoria, you had different thoughts?
I identified it as possibly Central Mexican. It could be from Costa Rica or Panama, the greater Chiriquí area, given its biscuit square finish. And it's similar to a couple pieces that we have in our collection from Central America.
Okay.
Well, sorry. I define it like, or trying to define like Maya, because some of the Maya vessels have this face on the body of the vessel, and but I'm not quite sure if you have something more than the style. And you, for example, Victoria said something about the paste of this material. It could be maybe more than this area, that Maya. For me, it could be Maya from Guatemala, according to some of the materials that I have seen before.
Okay. Well, if there's comparable pieces, then it's certainly worth examining comparables in the Denver Art Museum and possibly looking at this in person, because Chris, you had some just questions, I think, given that you could only see photos of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had in this angle in particular, I mean, some of the angles don't show it quite as much, but just the lighting of this, there's that kind of distinction between the lighter
Yeah.
tan and the kind of more orange of the base. And I was wondering how much of this would have possibly have been reconstructed or, you know, reinterpreted in some way.
The base looks more burnished.
It looks more burnished and it has a little bit more of an orange color to it. On this side here, you don't see it quite as much, but on the face you do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what kind of.
Yeah, there's almost a tide line on the left side.
If you go back one image, it's interesting because from one angle, maybe another one, you could see it almost looks like a shoe pot, but not quite that exaggerated, yeah, but not quite, which to me would make it more Central American than Mesoamerican, but it's not a fully formed shoe pot,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's thin orange. So that's kind of why I didn't see it as Maya.
Okay. No, that's great. Okay. We'll make this the last one that we discuss here. This is an interesting double vessel. This note was in it. Thank you, Roddy, for taking Kelly for taking photos of all these little notes as well. Okay. It's actually much smaller than I thought it was. So Chris, you had the same observation about the kind of a surface treatment, whether that was depositional.
Yeah, I mean, you have some losses at the rims there, which is most likely from use, but there is also just this kind of surface layer of material, which sometimes can be added, you know,
Mhm.
to make it look older than it is. So it's a little bit. It's really something to be looked at in person.
Yeah.
I think.
Did anybody else have anything to add on this piece? Okay. Were there other pieces that you'd like to bring up now and talk? We're going to need to communicate more on these pieces before we move to sort of the next step in the process. Victoria.
I was wondering about the Ecuadorian materials that seemed much more modern.
Yeah.
The daggers, and was it the bow as well?
Yeah. Yeah, there were a number of pieces ostensibly from Ecuador, and it seemed like there wasn't a whole lot of disagreement on that, except there was a seed necklace that honestly could be from anywhere where that plant grows. Yeah. So let's look at a couple of those. I included them in this list, knowing that it might be challenging, but because the Museum of the Cherokee People is seeking expertise, I thought that all of you were a wonderful first stop for that expertise.
I'm wondering, when I looked at them, it reminded me of a collection at San Francisco State
Okay.
that is also an anthropological collection. It came through the anthro department from one individual mostly,
Yeah.
and that was Amazonian.
Ah,
Most of their pieces were from the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. There is, of course, parts of Ecuador that are in the Amazon, and it made me wonder, there was a lot of tourism in that area in the 60s and 70s. And so a lot of the collections of Amazonian material in institutions kind of date, in institutions in the United States, I should say, date to kind of that period, and
yeah.
some of that material was made for a tourist market. So I just wondered if this was examples of that, possibly.
I wondered that too, looking at several of these. And that's actually an excellent seg into mentioning that a large percentage of these pieces were donated to the Museum of the Cherokee People by the same individual. So they were collected by Colonel Minthorn Reed. And I shared a bio that I've worked up on him with all of you. And interestingly, while I was doing the provenance research that involved his acquisition of these pieces, I did discover that he spent some time in Brazil. So amongst the documents that I came across was a passport, a visa for Brazil. He also was stationed on an Air Force base in Costa Rica for quite some time. He was a member of an amateur archaeological society when he lived in Florida. So this is somebody who's amateur interest in archaeology and collecting. And in collections like that, it's not surprising to find tourist pieces and pastiche objects. And it's also not unusual to find a lot of surface collected items. Here's some of these are the ones that made me think that maybe these were tourist pieces just due to the feathers. So did you have any other thoughts on the Ecuadorian or possibly Ecuadorian, maybe Brazilian objects? Okay. Yeah, so there is a variety of things in this collection. This is a bow. Okay, well, we'll leave that there and we can always go back to photos if we need to. But I just want to have a couple of general questions before we take a coffee break. And thank you for being willing to sit on a panel, with an audience and talk through these things. This is the first time we've done this, as you know, and so we're exploring possibilities, and transparency is important. Oh, yeah, and but we're not quite ready for Q&A. We're going to go through a couple of general topics, and then we'll go to Q&A. Okay, thanks, everybody. So I think our most outstanding question that we just touched on very tangentially is whether or not any of the objects that you looked at in this group can be firmly associated with current indigenous groups in Mexico or Costa Rica, because that's a concern of the Museum of the Cherokee People.
Yes, but I think we're going to come into what is going to be a reoccurring issue in dealing with this. And
We're going to get to that.
We're going to get to that in terms of how we're defining indigeneity in Mexico, or who's getting to do that.
Right.
I'll just, other people can speak to that.
Well, I've seen two types of.
I don't think that mic is on. Is that on?
It is on.
It is. Okay.
I've seen two types of, let's call them works by modern artisans in Mexico. One is the kind of effigies that they make for the tourists that they're too obvious fakes, and a few that are identical copies to authentic pre-Hispanic materials, but those are very scarce. And I've seen some in West Mexico, in Jalisco. There was this person that actually the government identified this person and asked him to seal his pieces, like to put a seal on them, so everyone knew that it was not authentic, that it was a replica. And there was another person, another artisan in the Teotihuacan area, but those are like extremely gifted people who are capable of replicating things, but it's not common. It's usually very easy to spot a fake.
Okay, that's good information. And I wonder, since for at least the objects that came through Colonel Minthorn Reed, this primary collector for this group that donated to the Museum of the Cherokee People, it appears that he was collecting these in the post-World War II, so late the 50s and 60s. And I believe they weren't donated until the late 80s, but we'll double check on the donation date and find out if they have it. They were donated by his nephew. So apparently he was already deceased. The nephew inherited this collection and he donated it to the museum. So I don't know how that affects our thoughts on authenticity of these pieces, at least the ones that came from his collection. So I don't know, Blanca, if you could answer any questions about whether or not there was an industry of forgeries and reproductions in the 50s and 60s that we should be aware of as it relates to this collection.
I know there was a sort of an industry in the maybe late 70s and 80s, but I could not know for sure if there was anything like that before the 70s. Edith, you know anything about it?
Well, fake objects have been promoted to museums since late 19th century. For example, in Oaxaca, we had a very well-known person, Constantine Ricard, that used to sell these urnas or effigy vessels from Zapotecs for every museum. Even in the Royal Ontario Museum, there is a lot of copies that Constantino Ricard sold in the late 19th century, early 20th century. The problem is that we will have to apply some analysis. I mean, maybe thermoluminescence, and try to check some of the paste and the shirts and things like that could be not really quite expensive, but they are going to take too much time to be more sure that these pieces are not fake. The problem is the fake, pre-Hispanic fake industry has been something very common in Mesoamerica, and I think that it's the same for Central America and even from Andean area. I don't know if about Colonel Reed have more information. Lisa said that she's going to take into account these issues, trying to find more information about the pieces. Maybe we can trace if, for example, if Coronel Reed was in Mexico during that time, or somebody could sell these objects to Coronel Reed maybe in that period in the late 1950 times. I don't know.
Go ahead, Victor.
I just wanted to add, or kind of push back on your question, because I think forgery is contingent on intent, right? So one of the things that the former curator of LACMA used to say, Virginia Fields, is that these are a modern example of enduring traditions, right? So these are not always are these objects that we consider to be these modern examples necessarily being peddled as forgeries or even as authentic authentic ancient works. These traditions do exist. I mean, ceramics are a part of living communities, like they're still being produced. So that's one, is the issue of intent. And two, I saw Mary Miller briefly, I think she stepped out, but there has always been this idea that in the 1920s and 30s, when William Spratling was reviving the silversmithing trade in Tasco, that there was also a studio for un taller of forgeries and replicas that were being produced out of that community. Not in silver, more in stone and ceramic, which is different. That was intentional and deliberate and being peddled that way. And so maybe in the Stendhal archive, there's more information about that. I don't know. I haven't looked. But that's what I would say. And I would like to also echo, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, Kelly's point, how and who is defining indigeneity today.
Yeah. I think we're going to circle back to these questions about indigeneity and how and who. With regard to forgeries, I would usually use the term forgery when there is intent to sell it as something that is authentic, where I would use the term reproduction when it's something that's made by an artist without that intent. So, and then we have pastiches that are fall somewhere in the middle sometimes. So go ahead, Blanca.
Along the same line, as I was doing research for this workshop, I ran into this article that was actually discussing the value of reproductions, the cultural value of historical and modern reproductions of pre-Hispanic or ancient pieces, because it's not just Mesoamerica or South America. It happens in the old world as well. But yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, we're going to have our Q&A period and then a coffee break because we're running a bit late. So we have a question. Oh, Ellen Pearlstein. Wonderful. Ellen has asked, I'm wondering about the provenance for these items, i.e. how did the Museum of the Cherokee People acquire these? I think we might have, okay. And then she says, Lisa just answered my question, but why to the MCP? In answer to that question, Colonel Minthorne Reed was a native of North Carolina, Ellen. And so it seems that the Museum of the Cherokee People was very much their local museum. And as somebody who was an amateur archaeologist, he probably had an interest in Native American archaeology to some extent. So while we may not be able to answer that question because even the nephew that inherited the collection and donated it to the museum, he has now passed away. But we can piece together that there was a local involvement. Jesse.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of misinformation about provenance. But beyond Colonel Reed, it sounds like these objects come from a series of different donations. And is there more information of like who donated them? Did they just show up in a box on the doorstep, or?
The majority, close to the majority, and I believe that's around 75 to 80% did come from Colonel Minthorn Reed. And the others, it doesn't appear that the museum has much record of how they came to be in the collection. And of course, we're still exploring that. So provenance research is just begun. So we have this skeleton bio that we've put together on Minthorn Reed. And we'll look and see if we find any other information about other donors. Okay. All right, we've got some hands up. Carly, can you go ahead?
Hello. I had questions about the materials that you were looking at that you thought were from Central America or were being debated about being from Costa Rica versus Chupacara. What materials have you been using for reference for Central America? As you said, most of you work primarily in Mexico. Have you been in contact with people from that area as well?
Let me clarify. Is the question whether or not we had been in touch with other Central American experts? Is that the question?
Yes, because
Okay.
my research primarily focuses on Panamanian pottery, and you mentioned one piece might be biscuitware, and it definitely did not appear to be biscuitware to me.
Okay.
So I was wondering about that collaboration with other scholars.
Yeah, when putting together this panel, we reached out to a number of additional scholars besides Victoria Lyle here. And we weren't unable to get anybody else involved in the panel in the time period that we had prior to this workshop. So we'll continue to talk to other scholars who work in Central America. And Carly, if you have any thoughts on these, we would very much like to hear them. Please, Victoria. Yeah.
So Carly, you may or may not know that we have one of the largest collections of Central America at the Denver Art Museum of ceramics primarily, but please come and look at them. I'm not a Central American specialist, but I've been the steward of that collection for about 7 years. And so that's why I was looking at this material, especially the Costa Rican material. So imperfect.
Sandra Rosenthal. Oh, you're muted. Hold on. There we go.
Sorry, I think I pressed unmute when you pressed mute or something. Hi, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be able to be here, even if from far away. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to be here the whole day because it's Saturday and I don't have childcare. But I really enjoyed the fact that this event is happening and the invitation. But I wanted to ask a question just because we started looking at all of these objects and trying to figure out what they were or how we could identify them. But I wanted to know a little bit more, not so much, I mean, you've answered the questions that I had about the provenance in terms of who collected them, but I also wanted to know if we know anything with regards to how they were incorporated into the museum. This donation was given to the museum and accepted. So I wanted to know if we knew anything about that acceptance of how this collection was incorporated into this museum and what its life has been since the 80s that it's been there. Has it just been in storage? Has it been exhibited? Is it exhibited with other things? I wanted to know a little bit more about that end of the story. Thank you.
I've asked similar questions to our colleagues at the Museum of the Cherokee People. And I have a message from them that I'll be reading when we have remarks at, 10:30 is when we're supposed to have remarks. And so there doesn't appear to be much known about the objects, the kind of conditions in which they were deposited at the museum, or how they were incorporated into those collections between their donation and now. So there's very little I can tell you about that. It's something, again, we'll continue to explore with our colleagues at the Museum of the Cherokee People. All right, well, at this point, we're going to have a short 10-minute coffee break and reconvene with some remarks at 10:35. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, how are we doing? I applaud you all for being here bright and early on a Saturday. Very, very excited to see you, and there's plenty of coffee and sweets to keep you energized. My name is Jason De Leon. I am professor of anthropology, Chicano and Central American Studies, and director of the Coates Institute of Archaeology. And we're incredibly excited to have you here for this program today. I think before we begin, I just want to say that as a land-grant institution, that UCLA and the Coates Institute acknowledges the Gabrielino and Tongva peoples as the traditional land caretakers of this location where we are. I'm here today. And we're grateful to have the opportunity to learn and to work in this place. And I think as archaeologists, to try to build a better future for all, while also acknowledging our past and the many injustices against Native peoples. And so we pay our respects to the ancestors, the elders, and our relatives past, present, and emerging. We want to invite you today for this Waystation workshop, Strategizing Voluntary Returns of Cultural Heritage to Mexico. And as an archaeologist who worked for many, many years in Mexico, both as an undergraduate and as a graduate student, and then now off and on as a whatever weird thing I'm doing now. The archaeology and these issues that we're talking about in Mexico are quite close to my heart. And actually, as an undergrad, I began really my career here at UCLA in the Fowler Museum, working with collections from West Mexico, which many of our panelists today also are experts in. And so we've got huge collections from West Mexico here on campus that have been very, very important for helping us to understand these issues. And I'm excited to hear more about what's going on lately. And I'm also just happy to see so many people here that I know in different ways, including Dean Stern, who we overlapped for many years at the University of Michigan, and Blanca Maldonado, who she and I overlapped at Penn State, and we used to sit about 3 feet apart. We shared a very tiny office with 2 other people. And so hopefully she won't tell you any terrible stories about me as a graduate student later on today, but excited to have her here and everyone else. And part of what we're doing today, this event is part of the 50th anniversary of the Coates Institute of Archaeology. And we are excited to bring together all of these Mesoamerican specialists to engage in forward-thinking dialogue about restitution and the protection of Mexico's heritage. And those of you that don't know, the Waystation is an endeavor here at UCLA, a very emerging one that organizes and facilitates the voluntary return of international archaeological and ethnographic objects to the nation or communities of origin. And these workshops are intended to engage with different communities and to offer collaborative learning and training in different ways. And so especially for students, if you're interested in this stuff, please come talk to me or to Lisa or to many of the folks who are here and can give you more information about the various programs that we are involved with. And so, as was mentioned today, this this workshop, the regional focus of today's workshop emerged as part of this effort to assist with the voluntary return of objects from our collaborators at the Museum of the Cherokee People. And so, when we have invited our friends and colleagues here today to assist us in identifying these objects, and also just to discuss various topics related to cultural heritage and restitution in Latin America. We hope that this is the start of many new binational collaborations between Mexico and the United States regarding the stewardship and return of looted materials. And I think also, I'm really hoping that this is an important step forward for us in generally fostering a more collaborative, ethical, and forward-thinking archaeological praxis that the Coates Institute of Archaeology is deeply committed to. So thank you for joining us, and now I'm going to pass this over to Dean Stern.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy that Jason and I landed at the same institution after spending times in the snowy Midwest, which I guess is not so snowy now, and we know why. The weather's changing. I'm here to offer my welcome on behalf of the Humanities Division as well as the Division of Social Sciences. My name is Alexandra Stern. I'm the Humanities Dean. I arrived here in late 2022, and I also bring a welcome from Abel Valenzuela, who is the Dean of Social Sciences and knows I'm here representing both divisions. Bienvenidos a nuestros colegas de México y los que han viajado aquí de Centroamérica y los que están en el Zoom. It's wonderful to have you here. So as I mentioned, I arrived here in late 2022 from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And the Waystation was one of the projects I first learned about because of the enthusiasm and brilliance of Vilica, who sought me out, and Lisa and others who I eventually met. And it both resonated and was on the cutting edge of practices related to repatriation, or what some have called rematriation, and what we know are long overdue reckonings with museum collections, whether for stolen antiquities, conquistador loot, or stolen Nazi art. In all cases, we know that provenance has been at the heart of return and recognition. But what of provenance's absence due to a lack of a paper trail or a scrubbed history? Or what if provenance is so contested that it can't serve as a reliable guide? And of course, we also all know that originary points for art and objects were themselves often shifting in the historical sands of war, violence, and the constant remaking of imperial and national boundaries, really over millennia. So in other words, and you all work in this area, so this is not news to you, finding homes and producing evidence-based and ethically sound narratives for orphan cultural objects, as they've been called, is not for the faint of heart. And I applaud the Waystation for tackling this multifaceted challenge. I see that most of today's discussion focuses on Mexico and delves into objects, museums, and questions of provenance, indigenous sovereignty, and binational reciprocity. And I really appreciate this combination of scholarship and museological, or let's say object activism, that is at the heart of the Waystation in today's meeting. I just wanted to share that in my own work, I've engaged in similar scholar activist roles, particularly around reckoning with the naming, unnaming, and renaming of buildings and universities and buildings at universities and schools, which were named after racists and eugenicists. So in my work, I've had an opportunity to consult with local institutions like USC and Caltech, as well as Berkeley, Stanford, Indiana, and I led a renaming effort at the University of Michigan to rename a science building that had been named after a eugenicist who actually was president of that institution for 3 years. I learned a lot from these experiences, and they underscored to me the importance of inclusive process in decision-making and really being very mindful of who is at the table when these discussions take place, as well as also the need for bold leadership to take a stand. And in all the cases I mentioned, there was like an uneven combination of both the inclusive process and the bold leadership, such that there are still lingering issues and unresolved issues, as well as unfortunately, too little follow through. I'd like to hold up the Fowler Museum as an example of what this combination of inclusive process and bold leadership can look like. As we know, it did recently return permanently, and that word is really important, not loaning back, but permanent return of 7 royal objects to the Asante Kingdom in Ghana. So that's an example of kind of the larger context in which good practice is at play. So I'm sure today's conversation will be engaging, and it could not be more timely. Every day in the news, we see something about the fate of archaeological and ethnographic objects and reckonings with the past. So with that, I'm not sure who I'm handing the mic off to, but I'm happy to continue the improv here as needed. Here you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Stern. And good morning again, everyone. I'll keep this brief. Jason has already introduced the Waystation a little bit, but I'll go a little further. The Waystation is a very new initiative at the UCLA Coates Institute of Archaeology. It began officially in January of 2023, so just over a year ago. This is our 3rd workshop. And the focus of the Waystation initiative has primarily been on what we're calling voluntary returns, which we distinguish somewhat from repatriations because of the proactive nature of what the Waystation is trying to do. So rather than a response to a demand on the part of a nation or a community of origin, we are helping individuals and institutions to return objects that they feel for ethical reasons should be returned. And voluntary returns, as Dean Stern just mentioned, our colleagues at the Fowler Museum have recently completed one to the Asante tribe in Ghana. Voluntary returns are a response to growing efforts to decolonize collections, and also part of an increasing awareness by professionals and also the general public that decision-making and interpretation of cultural heritage should be primarily in the hands of the culture that created it. Acknowledging the ownership of nations and communities of origin is a principle that the Waystation advocates. Sometimes physical return of objects is not feasible or immediately optimal. There are situations where open collaboration can produce creative solutions like temporary or co-stewardship, where the community or nation of origin asks a museum in the US or elsewhere to care for objects for a certain term of time. Our purpose is not to repatriate the world's national treasures. Rather, we're creating pathways and standards to make these kinds of returns more possible. And a very important aspect of that is our Waystation certificate program for graduate students at UCLA. Also equally important are this series of community engagement workshops, the Waystation workshops, which are enabling us to widen our so-called stakeholder network. And so the more we have these workshops and the more people join us, the easier it is for us to move forward with these kinds of conversations, with consensus building with our colleagues in other countries, and with community engagement on a very broad scale. So we are trying to put together our own best practices, and we're doing that based on what best practices are for other institutions who are accomplishing similar goals. It's based on feedback from our professional colleagues. And so we're actively being transparent in how we're developing the Waystation initiative. And that's why we invited everyone to join us for this first meeting of a review panel this morning. We developed today's workshop in order to gain a better understanding of the potential challenges of returning objects to Mexico and to ask and answer questions that we have about that process, to formulate new questions, and to learn from the queries of everyone who has joined us today. The speakers in today's workshop are addressing a range of topics relating to the stewardship, identification, and interpretation of cultural objects from Mexico. Our first three speakers will address topics that relate to objects in museum collections. After lunch, we will view a film titled The Absent Stone that will explore tensions between the Mexican government and local communities. Our final two speakers will address identifying objects from Mexico, either through scientific examination or text-based provenance research. Before we move on to our first speaker, I have some words to read from our colleague at the Museum of the Cherokee People. My goodness, those words are eluding me. If you'll bear with me, I'll pull them up. All right, this message is from our colleague, Evan Mathis, who's the Director of Collections and Exhibitions at the Museum of the Cherokee People. Established in 1948, the Museum of the Cherokee People is the tribal museum of the federally recognized Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. The museum is located in Cherokee, North Carolina, on the Qualla boundary, the sovereign land of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians and ancestral homeland of all Cherokee people. The museum's mission is to preserve and perpetuate the history, culture, and stories of the Cherokee people, and their vision is to be experts in the care and protection of the Cherokee people's history, material culture, and knowledge. Prior to 2021, the museum did not have a collections division that was solely dedicated to protecting and caring for the museum's collection. Further, there was no collections policy and no collections scope. While having a defined collection scope seems as though it would be extremely obvious, the lack of a scope led to the museum collecting all materials that were offered and led to the museum having a large amount of non-Cherokee objects within the collections. The current staff members at the Museum of the Cherokee People all firmly believe that descendant communities are the best caretakers of their own material culture. Further, we know that the objects Indigenous people create are living and carry parts of the spirit of the maker within them. As an Indigenous community, we have a long history of objects being removed and collected by ethnologists and anthropologists at a rapid rate, mainly due to quote unquote salvage anthropology, which predicted that Indigenous peoples would not exist in the future. For all of these reasons, we feel compelled to repatriate objects back to their home communities, as we would never want to cause harm to other Indigenous communities by holding their material culture hostage within our collections. We also feel strongly that when we do right by these objects, our own objects will begin coming home again as well. We are so grateful to UCLA's Waystation program for helping us bridge the barriers between our small tribal museum and other Indigenous groups throughout the world. The Museum of the Cherokee People would also like today's speakers and audience to know that the objects you are researching and helping them with are not all of the objects in the collection that need to go back home. If you feel that you have knowledge about any international objects on our online database, which you can find via the museum's website, you are welcome to reach out to Evan Mathis and his team at any time to tell them what you know. They welcome your expertise. Thank you, everyone. And now we'll introduce our first speaker. We have one of our doctoral candidates who's part of the graduate certificate program, Marianne, and she'll do these introductions.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Victoria Lyle. Victoria Isabel Lyle is the Frederick and John Mayer Curator, Art of the Ancient Americas at the Denver Art Museum. Her exhibitions and publications focus on themes of translation, narrativity, and the continued resonance of ancient American art for contemporary artists. She has curated or co-curated numerous projects, including most recently Traitor Survivor Icon, The Legacy of La Malinche, and Revision Art in the Americas. In 2021, she redesigned Denver's Ancient Americas galleries. Prior to joining the Denver Art Museum, Dr. Lyle held positions at San Francisco State University and LACMA, where she served for 10 years. Her publications include El Mar Caribe, An American Mediterranean, Traitor Survivor, Icon, The Legacy of La Malinche, which also received the 2022 ALAA Toma Award for Exhibition Catalog, Revision, a New Look at Art in the Americas, Murals of the Americas, Children of the Plumed Serpent, the Legacy of Quetzalcoatl, and the forthcoming Collecting the Other Americas, Art of the Ancient Americas in U.S. Art Museums with Ellen Hubler. Originally from San Juan, Puerto Rico, Dr. Lyle grew up in Miami. She holds a PhD in art history from UCLA, an MA from Tulane University, and a BA in anthropology and history of art from Yale University. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lyle.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and good morning to all of you. I want to take a minute to thank Lisa Stapleton and Lucha Martinez de Luna for inviting me to be part of this important conversation. I know that we're about to embark on a complicated dialogue full of complexities and unknowns, but I'm certain of its importance and honored to be a part of it. So today I'm not addressing repatriation directly, but rather the role that objects and collections play in museums for descendant and source communities, from my perspective as a curator, and the way that exhibitions featuring these works act to decolonize museum spaces and expose the divides that have separated communities over time. It's okay, there's no picture for these first part of the paper. In their introduction to the 1940 catalog, Indian Art of the United States, Renee Darnancourt and Frederick Douglass wrote, quote, "To divide the story of a race into prehistoric and historic phases conforms with the accepted practice of anthropology, itself divided into archaeology, the study of prehistoric man, and ethnology, the study of historic and modern man. Such a division is useful, but of necessity somewhat arbitrary, and should be adopted only after careful examination of its implications." Next slide. The authors go on to explain the decision to divide their exhibition into three sections: prehistoric, historic, and Indian art for modern living. For the authors, these terms do not reflect chronological evolution, but rather how art has changed, the changes in style, form, and aesthetics that resulted from the exposure to other communities, indigenous and foreign alike. In other words, innovation and adaptation. Ultimately, the sections serve to better present and explore the continued impact of ancient art on what they saw as, quote, living traditions. Next slide. Indian art of the United States occupies a critical place in museological history. While not without its problems, the image of Navajo sand painters creating complex compositions on MoMA's first floor as visitors entered the exhibit still feels revolutionary. Undoubtedly, the exhibition's pioneering design and application of modernist principles to indigenous art shaped future displays of non-Western art. But it was the unambiguous assertion that contemporary Native communities of the United States were related to and part of the community of ancient artists and makers, a connective thread so clearly drawn by Darnancourt and Douglass that left its mark on me and made me ask a rather simple question at the heart of this paper. Why is it not the same for ancient American collections? Frederick Douglass, curator of Native Arts at the Denver Art Museum from 1929 to 1956, is lesser known than his illustrious co-curator, but I would argue that the show was in fact a reflection of Douglass's own curatorial philosophy. He collected exclusively work north of the US-Mexico border. and advocated for collecting material made by living members of the Native community that represented the highest standards of Native aesthetics, a practice continued today by my colleagues John Lukovic and Dakota Hoska. At Denver, the Ancient Americas collection is collections south of the US-Mexico border made prior to the arrival of Europeans. Referred to alternatively as pre-Columbian, pre-Hispanic, New World, and now Ancient Americas, this material has always been temporally and geographically defined, rooted in the past. Today, we consider museums as memory institutions, places where cultural memory is preserved. Curators therefore function as stewards of memory. While we may be considered experts in our field, trained in a specialized field of knowledge, our responsibilities have expanded beyond the caretaking of objects. We caretake people as well. As we embark on the decolonization of museum spaces, making room for hidden histories and marginalized voices, the conceptual divide between ancient American collections and their living descendants remains one of the farthest distances to cross. This paper attempts to articulate the contours of that chasm and the responsibility and challenges of bridging diasporic Latinx communities and indigenous groups in the Americas today. In other words, if we are to consider the question, where do we go from here? What is the future of these collections? We must contend with one of colonization's longest lasting outcomes, the conceptual severing between living indigenous communities and their ancestors. To walk into the future, we have to explore the past. In a recent editorial essay for the Journal 21, Dr. Lisa Trevor addresses this distance from a more academic perspective, asking how archaeology and art historical study of the Americas have grown increasingly distanced from one another. She points to contemporary artists like, next slide, Mariana Castillo de Val, or Gala Porras Kim, who had an exhibition here at the Fowler not too long ago, whose contemporary practice may offer a bridge between the two disciplines. These artists, known for their careful and methodical investigations into the materialities, compositions, and pictorial languages of ancient art, produce work that directly confronts colonization and its impact on our own understanding of the material. Each asks, how do we know what we know about the past? And how are we replicating biases and structural inequalities of colonization as we continue to disseminate that knowledge? Next slide. In 2018, Marcela Guerrero organized a landmark exhibition at the Whitney Art Museum, the Whitney Museum of American Art, titled Pacha Jacta Wasichai, Indigenous Space, Modern Architecture, New Art. Opening on the heels of the Getty's 2017 Pacific Standard Time, LA, Guerrero, like Castillo de Val and Porras Kim, questioned how the history of the Americas has been told and retold. The 7 featured artists brought the ancient world, its compositions and spaces, into their vernacular and into our present day. Next slide. As Mesoamericanists, we instantly recognize Guadalupe Maravilla's reframing of La Historia Tolteca Chichimeca to tell the story of his migration from El Salvador to the United States, or Ronnie Quevedo's mapping of Chichen Itza's massive ball court onto the shiny plywood floors of a basketball court, colorful strips of tape marking the zigging and zagging movement of bodies across the space. Next slide. Los Huecos del Agua, Arte Actual de los Pueblos Originarios de México, the 2019 exhibition organized by el Museo Universitario del Chopo at UNAM, like its Whitney counterpart, explored the role and impact of indigenous knowledge today. But it grounded us in a very different reality, the living traditions of contemporary Native communities of Mexico. Curated by Itzel Vargas Plata, the show featured artists who were raised in and continue to engage with their Native heritage. Plata eschewed the term indígena, opting instead for pueblos originarios, a phrase equivalent to the Canadian First Nations. Vargas Plata states that indígena is a Spanish word introduced during the forced Hispanicization of Mexico's Native communities. that it flattens and homogenizes the identities, geographies, languages, and cosmologies of the country's original peoples. The flattening reflects the systemic discrimination and marginalization of Native communities throughout the Americas, which has in turn been reflected and reinforced by museum exhibitions organized on both sides of the border. Fabiola Isa's art form review summarizes the divide succinctly. While pre-Columbian artifacts are cherished as national treasures and exhibited with great fanfare in museums, the contemporary artistic output of indigenous creators is disregarded as disposable craft, the product of an underdeveloped aesthetic sensibility. Note that the work shown here by Maruch Mendez, Tzotzil Maya, next slide. Jose Chitzul, Yucatec Maya, and Angélica from the Colectivo Transdisciplinario de Investigaciones Críticas, a member of the Zapatista movement, do not cite ancient American images. Mendez visualizes the oral narratives of women in her community, often blending stories from the other worlds and this one. Chitzul forefronts Yucatec Maya language, an assertion of his self and that of his community. We exist. In her curatorial statement, Guerrero writes, quote, "To talk about indigeneity in the Americas is to speak in the present tense," unquote. This sentence to me feels like seeing the Navajo sand painters at the entrance of MoMA, a radical act. Ananda Cohen Aponte's hyperallergic review of the exhibition, however, addressed the question so many of us had upon seeing the exhibition. How should we consider, I just lost it. How should we consider the artist's varying degrees of connection to Native heritage or identity, as not all the artists in the show self-identify as Indigenous, but the majority identify as mixed or of some Native ancestry, unquote. In her answer, Guerrero notes that the question of blood quantum and tribal affiliation does not map easily onto a Latin American or diasporic context. A question I think is critical for today's discussion. Cohen Aponte agreed, highlighting the impact of 5 centuries of mestizaje, or arguably forced miscegenation. It is impossible to unpack in a short review the centuries of institutionalized messaging that stripped so many individuals of mixed background of any pride or even basic knowledge of their roots. The nationally sponsored indigenista policies in Guatemala, for example, whose aim was to assimilate indigenous communities into a national citizenry, advocated Spanish as the national language and dictated dress codes, including the wearing of shoes. These 2 exhibitions, in my opinion, exemplify the divide. Guerrero and the artists featured in the show explore the meaning and significance of indigenous knowledge from a diasporic context, divided and separated by distance. Ancient American objects can function as a portal to a seemingly inaccessible past, 1491 forever. While Plata and the Huecos artists present indigenous knowledge from inside, a native reality within Latin America. Today, Native communities are banging down the doors of the nation asking for recognition de voz y voto. A proliferation of projects organized within the last 2 years continue to bring these questions to the table. Next slide. For example, in 2021, did we miss one? Forward, one more. Yes. LACMA presented Mixpantli, a set of 2 companion shows curated by Diana Magaloni. Mixpantli, Time, Space, and the Indigenous Origins of Mexico commemorated the 500-year anniversary of the fall of Tenochtitlan by showcasing facsimiles of Central Mexican painted manuscripts. The original works, painted during the period of cultural upheaval, clearly articulate the scientific and literary sophistication prior to the arrival of Europeans. The introductory didactic panel was translated into 4 languages: English, Spanish, Nahuatl, and Zapotec. Interestingly, within the gallery space, only English text labels were available. A QR code provided access to the other language labels. The decision to streamline the text, surely a design one, however, perpetuates inequities and cultural hierarchies of the past. Its companion show, Mixpantli, Contemporary Echoes, focused on two artists, Sandy Rodriguez and Mariana Castillo de Val, whose work deliberately cites the visual vocabularies, compositions, and materialities of ancient artists. Contemporary Echoes included in its presentation an interactive digital map created in collaboration with the group Cielo that marked the locations of contemporary indigenous communities residing in Los Angeles. The interactive screen with its shifting views of another LA, one in which Latin American Native communities dominate, resonates with the artist's work, both of whom consider the intersections of space, place, history, and identity through their own cartographies. De Val's repurposing of the Nuremberg map of Tenochtitlan to create a walkable map, while Rodriguez's stunning amate paper cartographic renderings of a contemporary califas. Presented in different buildings, so Contemporary Echoes and the origins were in different buildings within LACMA's campus. They were physically divided. The exhibitions, in other words, kept the conversation separate, unconsciously reinforcing the schism perpetuated by national discourses throughout Latin America and in their respective museums, that the great collections of ancient art, the material output of great civilizations, are separate from Native communities today. In Cusco, so one more back, the same time, the Gallery Vigil González with curator Florencia Portocarrero and in collaboration with Nilda Cayanaupa, director of the Centro Textiles Tradicionales de Cusco, presented Ser Payay. The title is bilingual, half Spanish, half Quechua, and translates to being design. As Horacio Ramos pointed out in his art forum review, the exhibition intersected indigenous and non-indigenous aesthetic frameworks in productive and illuminating ways. Quechua weavers responded to an open call and participated in the organization and presentation of the material, opting to display their works on the frames that would attach them to the backstrap loom. Ramos writes that the show's central object, La Columna, which is not pictured here, is a woven exquisite corpse. Each woman contributed their own design before packing it up and sending it to the next weaver. Visualizing the diversity of Quechua design and identity, the columna is a concrete repudiation of indigenas' homogenizing effect as described by Plata. I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of the most significant exhibition projects in recent history. Next, 2 slides. Portable Universe, El Universo en tus manos, curated by Julia Burtonshaw and Diana Magaloni and presented at LACMA, MFA Houston and Montreal. The project explored ancient Colombian art. Over the course of 4 years, Burtonshaw Magaloni consulted with the Arahuaco, an indigenous community in the Sierra Marta of Colombia. The project represents a thoughtful, deliberate, and ultimately revolutionary exchange of knowledge and ideas between the curators and the community that imbued the objects presented in the show with life. In accordance with the Arahuaco's wishes, the curators did not include date ranges in the object labels because to do so would imply these objects lived and died, rather than acknowledging that they are alive. While the show did include contemporary works by Colombian artists, next slide, notably Abel Rodriguez, whose watercolors of the rainforest flora and fauna captures its life cycle, that was not its primary focus. It is the first Ancient Americas exhibition to reflect the direct input of Native communities and the first project to commit to an ongoing partnership. Firsts, by their nature, are remarkable and imperfect. So it's not the end all be all. The critic Emilia Quiñones Otal writes that the past and future are interlocked, and the only way of envisioning things to come is to relate it with what has happened. The title of this talk, next slide, comes from a work by artist Deborah Jack, a Caribbean artist from St. Martin, whose series Drawn by Water explores the intersection of water, land, memory, and community. Jack's work stems from the idea that water molecules retain the memory of all the Black bodies thrown overboard as ships cross the Atlantic from Africa. Her work posits water as a non-traditional archive, a fluid memory keeper that preserves the traces of lives and identities seemingly erased. Yanomami artist Shironawe Hakihiwe's work likewise functions as an act of memory. Andre Mesquita writes, Hakihiwe's drawings and paintings make visible the knowledge that he carries, inherited from the elders of his community. Through the act of creation, both artists assert their community's place within human history. Isn't that what art is in the end? A practice of making the world you know and see visible to another? So I speak to you today as a curator, an applied art historian, trained in the visual language, cosmologies, and signification of ancient Americas, and someone who identifies as a member of the diaspora, a Bodimex curator working within the United States in museums for the past 20 years. I'm not justifying my livelihood or my choice of profession, but really I speak to you because at my core, I believe that the theorist Stephen Weil was right. Museums matter. Recently, at a talk hosted at MCA Denver, the Lakota artist Deani Whitehawk shared that for her, to enter a space and see yourself reflected, to feel that, yes, I understand, or you understand me, nourishes the soul. The projects that will be discussed today and that I shared with you today hopefully begin to make clear how the objects of ancient Americas encapsulate such different meanings and significances to communities on both sides of the border. The museum space can function as a bridge that allows for transhistorical, transnational conversations, and through the work of artists, both ancient and contemporary, we may begin to lay a stronger foundation for our future.
Thank you, Victoria. I think we have some questions. There's at least one online, and we'll invite. Let's do our Q&A from the Zoom. That's okay, from the Zoom audience, and then we'll, if we have anybody here in the room who wants to ask a question, we'll go ahead with that.
Was there a question?
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting to that. Yeah. John Pohl, actually, wonderful, has asked. I think that this question is not directed at your talk, descendant communities. Okay, John, we're going to come back to your question during the discussion period. Yeah, we're going to come back to your question during the discussion period at the end of the workshop. Does anybody here in the audience have a question for Victoria? Okay, great. Well, we'll move on. Thanks, Victoria.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce to you our second speaker, Christian Debrère. Chris Debrère is head of conservation at the Fowler Museum at UCLA. He has an MA from UCLA Getty program in the conservation of cultural heritage and is a PhD candidate in conservation of material culture at UCLA. His dissertation focuses on the provenance and analysis of ancient West Mexican ceramics in the holdings of Mexican and Southern Californian institutions. His research reflects on source community involvement in the preservation practices. Please join me in welcoming Chris Debrère.
Okay. Thank you to Lisa, of course, and to Vanessa Muros, who also suggested that it be part of this program, and it's been wonderful so far to be involved in this workshop. Okay, so the Fowler Museum at UCLA, which we have talked about a couple times here already, is located directly above the Coates Institute and has 130,000 objects in the museum's collections and a further 2 million archaeological specimens and items under their oversight. So highlights from the Americas include a comprehensive collection of moche ceramics, Andean textiles, and over 600 Chupiquero vessels donated by the actress Natalie Wood and curated by Victoria at a previous exhibition. And then post-classic archaeological ceramics and finds from the excavations at Amapa by Clement Meehan, and a sizable collection of late formative middle classic West Mexican ceramics. And in this presentation, I will be discussing the research into the West Mexican collections at the Fowler and other Southern Californian institutions and their connections to sites in Nayarit and Jalisco. And this research is also, as mentioned, the basis of a doctoral dissertation through the UCLA Conservation of Material Culture program. So a little bit of background, from 500 BCE to 400 CE, the current political states of Nayarit, Jalisco, and Colima, and parts of other outlying states saw a rise from small fishing communities to stratified, politically centralized societies. In the highlands, monumental architecture consisted of circular platform structures called the guachimonton, seen here on the bottom right. And then this period also saw the use of shaft tombs throughout the area, likely import from South America, as it was not incorporated elsewhere in Mexico. The shaft tomb consisted of a central shaft of varying heights with one or more chambers used to inter individuals and accompanying funerary goods. Hollow figurative ceramics of highly varied styles and sizes were often placed near the interred or at the entrance to the chamber. So at the top here, you see the states of Nayarit. I don't have a pointer actually, but states of Nayarit, Jalisco, and then Colima at the bottom, and then that kind of the little hash marks area is where the shaft tombs are prevalent. So for example, with these varying styles on the left, we have two different styles found in the same chamber. And then on the right, I tried to create them about the same in terms of scale. But the ones on the right you have small figures and you have large figures from another separate tomb at Cajon. And the theory is that each style would have been created by a workshop or family unit, and that inclusion of a type suggested political association and or ancestral claims to that area. So we fast forward to the 1960s and 70s and 80s when many West Mexican ceramic collections were donated to museums and institutions throughout the US, and in particular Southern California. The Fowler Museum, Natural History Museum in Los Angeles, and LACMA all have extensive West Mexican material. This came at a time when museums were fiercely acquiring and building assets, even of items with poor provenance and documentation. And the donors benefited from charitable tax deductions based on appraised value of an artifact. So recently, the Fowler has made a concerted effort to investigate more of their collections and incorporate source community involvement and local diaspora in everything from materials identification to long-term care and display. So we are grateful for grants from the Mellon Foundation to examine our African collections collected by Sir Henry Wellcome, and a grant from the Lilly Endowment, which has allowed us to consult with practitioners of marginalized religions to produce some compelling exhibitions with community input and better care for ceremonial objects in the collections. At the top of the slide are discussions with Maori representatives about materials and care for ancestral cloaks. And at the bottom, a contemporary artist on the left, an elder and of the Lusumi culture, and an Ifa practitioner were all heavily involved in the recent exhibition. The house was too small. Yoruba sacred arts of Africa and beyond. So our engagement and collaboration with communities has led to progress in international repatriations as well. And recently, the Fowler voluntarily returned items to the Asante Kingdom, as mentioned, in Ghana. And we are actively processing requests for returns of Australian, Aboriginal, and Maori items, among others. And this can even happen, this work can even happen remotely, through Zoom. So domestically, our NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance is a great source of pride as well. For me, researching provenance and establishing museum activity protocols for the archaeological material from the Americas became a high priority. The collection of over 600 West Mexican items in particular became a center of focus because of poor museum records and accounts of widespread modern reproductions. The first steps involved developing a collaborative relationship with West Mexican stakeholders, such as local archaeologists and scholars, regional museum curators and staff, and indigenous communities of origin. I think it's essential that any research actions begin with consultations because each community has their own parameters and approaches towards research. For example, with our Australian material, Aboriginal items at the Fowler, they have severely restricted actions, such as limited gender-based handling and access, and no analysis or research from outside of the community of origin. For West Mexican objects, consultations revealed that while repatriations were desired by some, most regional Mexican stakeholders wanted research and analysis before return, using any resources at our disposal. There was a mandate issued by the Consejo de Arqueología, a Mexican government body that requested regional offices and museums to research their collections. So this was interpreted broadly to apply to cultural heritage in collections both domestic and foreign. Investigating the provenance and collection history was also strongly desired. So, a deep dive into the donor files of the Fowler ceramics revealed few purchase records, but many appraisals done by the Stendhal Galleries based in Los Angeles. Andrew Turner, who will be speaking later on, will go, I'm sure, into much more detail about the dealer Earl Stendhal, but a basic trajectory of the object to the Fowler is presented here. Employees of Stendhal made trips to West Mexico looking for recently discovered shaft tombs by locals, such as farmers, ranchers, and some enterprising looters. The hollow figures were purchased and shipped back to the States, where they were sold to collectors making their way even to the homes of the Hollywood elite. Stendhal Galleries took this process a step further by also providing appraisals for when objects were donated to the institutions. Appraisal values were often inflated so that the tax deduction amount was much higher than the original purchase cost by the collector, even if the period between purchase and donation was short. In some instances, the values were even crossed out, as we can see here on the bottom, and increased in order to benefit the donor and their eventual tax deduction. So this became big business for sure. This activity and market became so pervasive that archaeological investigations of shaft tomb traditions were constantly compromised by looted spaces with missing figures, trampled human remains, and destroyed remnant goods. Archaeologists have therefore had to hypothesize about the relations of figures to the interred, the predominance of certain styles of figures, and the use of figurative ceramics outside of a funerary context. The vast majority of West Mexican figures are unprovenanced and completely decontextualized. Modern reproductions most certainly occurred. Most typologies and style guides of the figures were created using museum and private collections and not through archaeological records. Here are a couple of examples of modern reproductions in collections both in Nayarit and some at the Fowler Museum. So with this framework in mind, the mission became reconnecting ceramics in Southern Californian institutions with regions or even sites in Nayarit and Jalisco. So investigations also include authentication and the extent of the reconstructions. The examination analysis focuses on characterization of clay and pigmented slips, construction techniques, burial deposits, and reconstruction products. And the result was resistance to sampling by Mexican colleagues, so only non-invasive analytical instrumentation was selected. The instruments and analytical techniques include digital microscopy, seen on the far left there, to examine the outer surface, stains and loss areas. Endoscopes are used for the interior surface, construction and reconstruction, made possible by the large firing vents at the top of most of these vessels. You can see an example of one up at the top there. Those restoring the vessels tended to hide their work on the outside, but it becomes quite obvious on the interior. UV imaging, as seen on the top right, is useful for restoration study and surface deposits. And here an Isla del Rio figure has been heavily restored and coated. And then X-radiography helps in investigating construction damage such as cracks and repair. And then finally, X-ray fluorescence can characterize materials such as clays, slips, burial deposits, and reconstruction products based on elemental composition. And these instruments were also chosen for their portability, low costs, and/or predominance in museums and institutions, both in the US and in Mexico. So it quickly became apparent that reference data was needed to compare with vessels in the US. For instance, X-ray fluorescence data from West Mexican figurative ceramics is non-existent completely. Trips to Nayarit and Jalisco focused on examination and analysis of ceramics from controlled excavations. A database of this analysis has been created, which can distinguish compositional and construction variations by types and regions. All the images, data, and interpretations have already been shared with Mexican collaborators. As mentioned previously, extensive looting has compromised nearly every site, so only a limited amount of figures were available for study. Nevertheless, I was able to analyze several representatives from each of these styles with defined provenience. Styles outlined in blue are some of the more heavily collected and represented in museums. And the red outlined are styles I still hope to study on my next trip to Jalisco. We'll see. The unhighlighted styles were quite extensive in controlled excavations, but are less seen in foreign collections, which is indicating a possibly poor market for these types. My research has also looked at the propensity for burial deposits, both on the interior and the exterior of vessels from controlled excavations. The interiors can have dirt, salt tide lines from evaporated water, as seen on the picture on the left, and mineralized plant growth remnants. Manganese stains can be present on both the interior or exterior, or both, or neither. So scholars have vacillated over the presence of manganese staining as an indicator of age and thus authentication. These stains are a bacteria-induced process somewhat unique to Western Mexico. But based on my observations, the presence of manganese stains is a good indicator of authenticity, but the absence of stains does not necessarily imply a modern reproduction. With respect to reconstruction, a good understanding is developing of the types of materials used by Stendhal and others to restore ceramics to complete vessels. The data is being compared to a history of museum-based treatments both in the US and Mexico. This work is vital to highlighting misinterpretations of significance of stylistic elements in reconstructed areas. Here, for instance, the mask of this Colima dog was interpreted as a shamanistic transformation between man and animal, but the mask is a modern addition completely. Further actions such as reduction or de-restoration were suggested, but Mexican colleagues and other stakeholders desired good documentation of modern additions rather than complete removal of the additions there. And so here we can see that there was actually a few different types of restoration that were going on. We have the varnish that was added to the entire piece in order to give it more of a burnished appearance. And there's also like a lighter color restoration on the ear and face, which was made to kind of complete dog more. And then the actual mask was added to it, which is a different clay based off of the fact that it fluoresces differently than the one of the ear. And then they even painted some manganese stains onto the mask to make it appear as if it was original. So this research sets out on a path to strengthen the provenance of West Mexican collections at the Fowler Museum and other Southern Californian institutions, and to better understand collections in Mexico from controlled excavations. The work is undertaken with the repatriation as an eventual outcome and focuses on methods that help in decision-making process. The work will hopefully help other non-Mexican institutions with West Mexican collections and can be adapted to investigate other collections from the Americas. In the meantime, a collaborative environment of resource sharing and transparency has hopefully been established between Mexican colleagues and the Fowler Museum. And then deep gratitude to all who have assisted in this research. Thank you.
We'll take questions after the next speaker. I'm sorry, I diverged from our schedule when I asked for questions after the last speaker, so we'll wait until the last in this group.
I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Edith Ortiz Diaz is Professor of Archaeology and History, Institute of Research in Anthropology, National Autonomous University of Mexico. Her research areas are the archaeology and history of Oaxaca, communication routes, trade and exchange between pre-Hispanic societies of Mesoamerica during the pre-conquest period, markets and commerce between Indians and Spanish during the Spanish colonization in southern Mexico, and analysis of ceramic and metals through archaeometric examination. Since 2010, Dr. Ortiz Diaz works in community museums in Oaxaca. Bienvenidos, Edith.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me. I'm going to turn off my camera because my Wi-Fi is not exactly the best. And right now it's raining. So I hope that there is not a problem with that. And let me, at first, I would like to say thank you to Lisa and Lucha to invite me to this Waystation workshop. I think that it's going to be really very enrichment for UCLA University and also for Mexico, because I think that we have a lot of ideas about what to do with the museum and also what to do with the objects that are in the museums. I try to share my presentation. Okay, I hope that it's not problem with this. Let me know if you can see the PowerPoint presentation, please.
Edith, can you go back to screen share again and retry your screen share?
Okay. Okay, hope that we have this right now. I think that you can see that right now.
We are seeing something. Perhaps if you advance a slide to the next slide.
Okay. This is the next slide.
No, we're seeing a mostly white screen.
Oh my God. Because I have this presentation, let me check if I can do something about it.
Okay. Okay, while Edith is navigating her technology there, why don't we take a few questions? Because I noticed a few people had their hands up after Chris's talk. Yeah, okay. Marianne has a microphone there. She'll come around and hand it to you. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, that would be great.
Yeah, my name is Larry Kent. I'm from San Diego, California. I have a question for Chris. Are you aware that you mentioned the Stendhal repairs on some of the pieces that you looked at? There was a gentleman that I met accidentally. I went to the Stendhal gallery and I had a contemporary blue vase that had shattered, and I thought I was visiting the Stendhal gallery, and so he was fixing it for me. I showed him a picture, and they came back a couple hours later, and it magnificently was all restored. But this gentleman from Mexico was doing a lot of the restoration for Ron Damon for many decades, and his father actually reproduced a Chinesco figure. I mentioned this to Victoria earlier during the break, that one of the Chinesco figures that he reproduced, which was not authentic, sold at Sotheby's for over $1 million, is on the front cover of the catalog. This guy in the family background was in restoration of pre-Columbian ceramics. And I don't know if that's in the Getty archives or whatever, but one thing I have to mention, I don't collect pre-Columbian art or ancient art so much because it's too problematic, but you have to realize Earl Stendhal, when he started the gallery back in the 20s or 30s, whatever, 40s, there's a book that Ron Damon's wife wrote. I don't know if you read the book. The gallery started out as selling California Impressionist art, then later pre-Columbian. And there's a photograph in the book of Earl Stendhal standing out in front of a archaeological site, and he's buying pieces directly from the curator or archaeologist in Mexico. This is roughly 1940s. So the disposition of pieces crossing the border changed quite a bit by the 1960s and 70s, where a majority of these pieces ended up in the museums you're talking about. Some were good, some were authentic, most of these objects were not in good state. You know, a lot of them were broken. So they tried to repair them the best they could. So I just want you to think about that a little bit, because if you think about this ancient art, generally anywhere in the world is not intact usually. They're broken shards or broken pieces. I saw one time go into a home. We visited a home in three homes in Sun and Hell in Mexico City, and one gentleman had a large stela in his backyard atrium. I mean, yes, they have to register the pieces in Mexico, but the one thing I'm a little bit concerned with is the common sense approach and the reason about this repatriation. So many of these artifacts look similar, and how many pieces do they need in Mexico to feel like everything is whole, so to speak? Are you going to leave some things here in the museums, here in the States, or you can just deplete them completely? I'm just curious. Okay, thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for your information there that I wasn't aware of. So that's always good to hear. What I would say is it really depends on what Mexico would like to do, and and if they would like all of their pieces repatriated, and that's something that we would certainly consider doing. My work was really centered around what they were. There is, some issues of limited resources, and there's issues of even storage space for the material if it was to be returned. And that's not something that's necessarily our concern, but it's something that we deal with just as much here. We are full at the museum of material, and so what they were mostly interested in was using the resources that we might have towards better understanding the collection and making those links to potentially the sites and the areas that they were coming from. So that's kind of where I just followed basically what they were interested in, and using that and collaborating with them then on the steps forward and then eventually, if repatriation gets actually, we do get requests for that, we will certainly consider all aspects of it. We are just temporary custodians, honestly.
Edith has her PowerPoint up, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with Edith's talk, and then we'll take more questions after Edith. Thank you. Edith, if you're ready, we don't hear you on this end, so I don't know, perhaps you're muted?
Yes, I'm mute, sorry.
And now we don't see your slides again. So something happened. We were seeing them and now we don't.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, and now we see your slides, so you can go ahead.
Okay,
and
thank you very much for
start.
that. I'm sorry about the technical issues about the Zoom meeting, and I'll try to be accurate in the time. I'm going to present this about how people in local communities in Mexico are worried about the identity, and also for the pre-Hispanic and the ancient past for everybody. In this case, this is an example of a museum in a community of northern Oaxaca. In fact, as many of you know, Oaxaca is one of the states of Mexico where we can find mostly human presence since very early times. In fact, in the area of the Central Valley of Oaxaca and in part of the Tlacolula Valley at the Central Valley of Oaxaca, archaeologists have found the first origins of some domestication plants. So we have in Oaxaca more or less 10,000 years of continued history that right now is about the person that lives in Oaxaca are from many indigenous communities. There is about 15 Indian languages that are still in use in Oaxaca. So we have a very important link with the past and the present in Oaxaca. But as many areas of Mexico, just some civilizations have been studied in a deep way. I mean, from archaeological research, surface, excavations, and most of the interest about which indigenous are if we can say that, the most prominent of ancient Mexico. And that's a problem because there are many Indian communities that haven't been studied as much as we have, for example, from the Zapotec history or Mixtec history. In this sense, the northern of the state of Oaxaca, in a part that is called the Papaloapan, that you can see at this region, this area was one of the principal conquests of the Aztecs in the pre-Hispanic times. I mean, around 1486, it was dominated by the Aztecs. Why did the Aztecs have the idea to conquest this area? Because they had a lot of riches of the pre-Hispanic economy, as for example, cotton, also feathers, even rubber, also jaguar, jaguars, and other animals that were very important for the ideology for the Mesoamerican people. Also, because it was an area with a lot of community Indians that could tribute to the Aztecs and pay for these very luxury items that were part of this ideology, as I said. In this area was a lot of there was a lot of Indian population, for example, Chinantecs, Mazatecs, Popolucas, Mixtecs, and Zapotecs. These and the tributes were recorded in the Mendoza Codex that we can see right here. For example, there is also a lot of textile style in this area. We have these that are common right now. Normally, the people, the women are using these textiles, for example, for a wedding or for a very special occasion. In this case, also, we have recorded how the people is still women, mostly of the person that are weaving these textiles that are in use right now. We can see this kind of textiles also in some codex and in some of the principal commodities that are that were part of the tribute for the Aztec period. Also, the area, it was rich in some other luxury items, for example, cacao, and also vanilla, for example. And this area has been populated since very early period. We are talking about the pre-classic period, around 1000 before the Common Era. As we can see in many museums around the world, there are many collections from ancient Americas. It could be from Mesoamerica, Greater Central America, or South America, even Australia and Africa and other areas from around the world. The problem is that these very important museums have a lot of collections that, as we can see in the last presentation, for example, for the Fowler Museum, the idea is try to collaborate, to relocate, and also share, in some cases, a shared custodian of the objects. That is also, for example, for Mexican museums. This is the Museo Nacional of Antropología, the National Museum of Anthropology, that is right now, the storage is almost full. I mean, there is a lot of archaeological excavations right now. For example, I know that many of you have heard something about the Maya train, and that objects that have been recovered from excavations and from other archaeological projects are not going to be able to be moved to Mexico City, or to even local museums or state museums. In this sense, what are we going to do with these objects that are right now part of the Mexican heritage? And also the people that is still living in the areas where used to be populated by ancient people, and when they do any kind of construction, or they are farmers and they go to the crops, they can find many objects. So the idea is that, for example, that since around early period of this century, since 2005, more or less, the idea is that the communities where the archaeological objects have been found remain in these communities, trying to find a way to have a shared custodian of these objects. For example, in the north of Oaxaca, objects that are exhibited, for example, these are from a very small community in Oaxaca. The people had the idea to collect and try to make a museum. Right now, they don't have the money, but they storage all these objects in the hall of the town, and try to know something about their past. From these civilian perspectives, we have worked with some of these communities since 2010, trying to help them to be as a bridge to contribute about register these objects at the National Institute of Anthropology and History. I mean, trying to make it as legal as we can, because they have these objects and they try to have in their communities, but also that they are part for the national heritage. I mean, we are trying to register these objects and try to also inform the people in the communities as much as we can about the temporality, also what kind of material are these, if they were part of burials or they were part of the common life of the people. Here it is very important that most of the people is helping us in the communities, showing us where did they find them. I mean, the idea is that right now people is trying to have these archaeological objects as part of their community identity. And I think that it's one of the steps that we have to move in order to try to find solution about the archaeological objects. For example, in other areas, here is the museum in Oaxaca, in the capital, but this museum, as I told you before, is now they don't have no longer or available a storage area. So the idea is that the people in the community, that the archaeological objects remain in the community where they were found. In 2010, we also worked with the Museum of Tuxtepec in Oaxaca, that is one of the principal cities of Oaxaca, and they didn't have also a museum. In this case, the government and the people from this town decided to create a board of trustees trying to find the way to build a museum. With the time, people that were or used to have archaeological objects decide to donate the objects to this museum in Tuxtepec. Here we repeat the process. We registered all these materials with the INA, trying to help the people that they have a legal document that says that they are the custodians of these materials, and also that in any case of there is a problem, we can think, for example, if there is, for example, like there is an earthquake and they affect the area, how many objects they used to have this museum or had this museum, or if there is something that, or somebody decide to steal these objects, at least these objects have been registered, and we can inform to the police if there is something, if there is a thief that robbed one of these objects. The most important is when in this case, when a family decides to donate an archaeological object, we make a video, or also we have registered the story of the object. The idea is that they, when the people goes to the museum, they can know exactly who has donated this object, why they decide to donate, but also, for example, in this case, we have made some workshops with the schools, elementary schools mostly, trying to inform the children about the objects that are in the museum. This could generate a new idea of the archaeological objects. They are not just to sell. they are also part of the identity of the communities. In this case, I would like to appoint this presentation about the idea, as I said before, that some of these objects that are in many important museums around the world could be relocated as a custodian sharing in some of the community museums in Mexico or in other parts of the world. I think that it's time to share history with native or communities all around the world. In this sense, I hope that this idea that some of you have mentioned before, for example, in the first part of the panel, about what to do with the object, for example, from the Cherokee Museum. It's important also try to see if these communities have this interest in have these pieces, maybe as donations, maybe as a share custodian or legal custodian of the object. But I think that it's the people, for example, that used to make some fakes in local communities, in native communities, can tell us something about these objects more than I remember that somebody used to make copies of these objects. I hope that these presentations could be a direction, try to focus on what we can do from big museums to local and community, native communities in Mexico, but as I said, all around the world. Thank you so much. I'm very sorry for all this technical inconvenience.
Thank you so much, Edith. And to our other two speakers, Chris and Victoria, that was a really interesting group of talks. We will truly have a formal Q&A session now. Is there anyone here? Yes, Dr. Miller.
Thank you. I'm so glad I didn't get to ask my question before Edith had given her talk, because there's so much to think about in all three of these talks, and the way that different perspectives inform one another, and the value of a community museum thinking about how it can play a role in its community, but also through events like this, have its story told out to a larger world. I'm assuming that this soon will be available on a UCLA website after the fact. So that's also really, really critical. My question originally for Chris was about just, well, there's a really small technical question that you can answer for me later, which is, where is that dog with the mask that you were doing the work on? Is that one of the ones here in Los Angeles? It's at the Fowler. I didn't know you had one. You know, LACMA has one. Denver, do you have one? You don't have one of those. Gilcrease has the one that went through the CAT scan, and where it was revealed that the mask was made of plaster, I think, rather than even some kind of clay. As many of you know, and you'll hear later on this afternoon with Andrew Turner, some of the work that we've been doing at Getty with the Stendhal archive. And so this is the question that comes up time and again as we work through the Stendhal collection, the documents about the business of Stendhal. And it's so exceptionally interesting as a problem, because it's the question in many ways of the volume.
So Edith has said to us, listen, the museums in Mexico are full. Chris, you've said, hey, the Fowler is full. People are writing to many specialists in this room on Zoom and elsewhere saying, gosh, you know, my parents are in their 90s and they've got these 3 dogs, 3 ceramic dogs. I think they're ancient. Can you take them? You know, can you, what am I supposed to do with them? So I think that providing people with a place to have a conversation is exceptionally important. I would also say the Mexican consulate has been very constructive in the conversations that we've been having with them. But it's going back to this volume question, and perhaps I think it's Chris who is going to be best able to respond in some way. But we know that in some years, single collectors acquired up to 6,000 objects from the Stendhal Gallery. And this is, in fact, Buster May, who put them on sale in the 2 flagship department stores, one in Missouri and one here on Wilshire Boulevard. So this means that this important material that was made with care by someone in the past then was kind of turned into a exceptionally modest 20th century commerce. And so that things, the dissemination of things and the loss even of modern knowledge. So one of the things and again, I don't mean to steal Andrew's thunder this afternoon, but one of the things we've been trying to do is to track modern histories. How were things acquired in Mexico? How were they inventoried in Los Angeles, and who acquired them? But I wondered, Chris, if you could talk a little bit about numbers at the Fowler and your own perception of how many thousands and thousands of West Mexican works there are in your institution. We periodically try we can try to inventory how many objects there are in the Stendhal archive, but are we talking about the numbers? For example, when the Quai Branly talks about the fact that they have 30,000 African objects at the Quai Branly, what kinds of numbers are we talking about here in Los Angeles?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think we don't really know very well the numbers in private collections, for sure. I mean, it is always going to be a kind of an unknown until we are able to kind of do more documentation of material in private collections. But within the Fowler, we have over 600 of these West Mexican figurative vessels. And then we have about 660 of the Chupicuaro ceramics. And then we have the extensive, you know, as I mentioned, the moche material that was mainly because Chris Donnan was our director and was getting a lot of interest and involvement from both collectors and just funds towards making that collection quite extensive. And so for me, honestly, it's like I think about it in terms of aisles, you know, like within the museum storerooms. And I go, well, we have, 2 aisles of long aisles of West Mexican material, and we have like 2 aisles of moche material, and it's when I walk in there and that I start to think about, this is an enormous issue, this is an enormous problem, and it's what honestly drove me to kind of do this work, was seeing that we had these collections in our aisles and we weren't going to necessarily be displaying them. We could probably display, 1 to 2% of our collection kind of. of the 130,000 objects. And so it's something that we have this ethical obligation to kind of figure out how we're going to move forward with this. But I would say that's even, small compared to maybe what LACMA has. And I mean, Victoria could probably speak better to about what the collections of LACMA, but and we aren't, we're not an institution that goes out and puts funds together to purchase material. We only accept donations, and even right now we have a moratorium on donations. So yeah, I would say what we have is small compared to what institutions with more resources have. So I don't have a good answer for you, honestly, about how much is in Los Angeles, but being that Stendhal was here and that, as you said, there was so much coming through, there's a lot that also remained here and remained with private collectors and then eventually made it back through these tax deduction processes. Gilcrease, I think there are some numbers out there in some of the publications that Pickering has put together, but I can't, off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your talks. I'm here. And drawing a connection between the three of them and this idea of community-informed decision-making, and particularly drawing upon the lessons learned from The House Was Too Small at the Fowler and this engagement with Nigerian and Nigerian diaspora communities. I'm wondering if you have any examples of when community collaboration becomes in conflict with each other, these different voices, indigenous and in diaspora, and how you deal with that. Like for Chris, what if one group says, yes, go ahead and test, and the other group says, yes, don't do that? How are you engaging with these conflicts internally and mediating that in our own research? Thank you.
Yeah, another good and tough question. I mean, honestly, like if I go back to I haven't had that issue come up yet with the analysis, so I can't quite. Well, we've had it with the Australian material, but we're all kind of in agreement that we're not going to be doing any analysis on that. But with the West Mexican, I haven't come yet across that issue of this non-invasive approach being an issue. But what was interesting to me was also more about the restoration work and like what we should be doing with that, because I had always been under kind of this impression that we were going to do more of this, maybe a de-restoration of this, kind of taking apart the parts that were not original. And I thought that maybe archaeologists would be more interested in that actually happening. And while there has been some interest, I think, in maybe doing some of that from certain parties, I would say the vast majority have kind of actually been interested in keeping the objects as they are, because it's overall it's a biography of the item, right? And it's like it's a full history of it. And even if it was done by collectors and it was done by, in order for sale, it's still valued in some ways as an entire object. So that for me has been the most kind of surprising and interesting to see that is, even archaeologists that I'm working with in Nayarit and in Jalisco are actually kind of interested in that restorations are kind of kept as is. Yeah.
I want to address it from a slightly different perspective and say that it's not a simple answer. I think an initiative like the Waystation is creating a pathway to both acknowledge, I think at the heart of this, that there's not a one-to-one way of understanding or defining indigeneity from both sides of the border, right? And so because of very deep-rooted racism on both sides, right, there has been this separation of diaspora communities and recognition of their relationship to Indigenous Americas, and that Indigenous communities in the Americas have been so marginalized from these conversations at a national and federal level that there isn't recognition or even representation of Indigenous communities in, for example, like in Mexico in the Consejo Nacional. So I think the work that Edith is doing is so important to kind of find an avenue to connect regional communities to these collections and recognize and elevate their role in relating to this material, because for so long it wasn't recognized, right? And so it's not a question of putting or potentially having a diaspora and an Indigenous Latin American community in conflict. I don't think that they are, but there hasn't been opportunities to even put them in conversation. So these collections serve almost as a bridge between those communities that have been separated for so long due to colonization.
Thank you, Victoria. That's very good insight. Can I ask that questioners introduce themselves when you ask your question? Thank you.
Sure. My name's Kelly, Kelly Roddy. I'm a graduate student here at UCLA in the Cozen. This is actually a question more aimed at Edith. When you're talking about museums versus local museums, what is the role of Casas de Cultura, and how would you distinguish that from regional museums, and what's their relationship to INA? Because it seems like I'm not completely clear what that is, and they definitely have these archaeological materials or other kind of objects. I've never been quite sure about that relationship.
Can I ask it?
Please go ahead, Edith.
Okay, well, the idea is that all the archaeological materials and historical materials in Mexico need to be or are part of the national treasure, if I can say that, of the national heritage. The idea is that these local communities, they want to have their collections that could be recognized by the law. I mean, the INA needs to go to every single community and make for, like we did, for example, for the first part of the workshop, we create a chart with the name of the community, what kind of material, the provenance, the period, the time period, if it's stone, if it's ceramic, and many things like this. The people from the communities goes to the INA with this chart and present it to be recognized their collections as part of the national treasure or the national heritage. The INA, what it does is to make to give them a number of the collection. I mean, it's going to be piece of museum number 1, 2, 3, so on. And it's the one is, for example, a tripod vessel of what, I don't know, from that period and that area. And they have this legal recognition, and they are the custodians. There is a middle or intermediate person that is, I don't know exactly how to explain it, sorry, but it's, they recognize the people from that community as the legal custodians of the archaeological objects. So the INA is agree with this community to have these objects as custodians. What we do in the universities try to be this bridge between the communities and the INA in order to make the things easier for them. Because some of these communities are really very far away from, for example, the Mexico City, or also the Oaxaca, the capital of the state. So the idea is try to find a way to help these people trying to have this legal recognition of the INA to have this collection with them. And that's what we have been doing since almost 1 decade since now. In these particular communities that are not part of these great and touristic areas of Oaxaca, for example, Mixtecs or Zapotecs, we try to help them. I hope that I answer your question.
Thank you, Edith. We're going to move to two questions that we have. Sorry, Jason. Two questions online and then lunch. So if we have additional questions, we can take them at the end of the workshop when we have our panel and address unanswered queries. So we have a question from Yiduo He. She is a student from Colgate University. She actually has two questions. The first is, how can institutions account for the agency of Indigenous communities in voluntary repatriation processes? In other words, is there room for Indigenous voices within international repatriation processes that primarily involve museums and national governments? This seems like a question for Chris. I think we've talked tangentially about this already, but do you have a more specific answer? You need a microphone.
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, the repatriation will go through a kind of formal channels, and it will most likely go to the government body. And so it's then, I guess, a question of it hopefully making its way to the community of origin. We've had some lengthy discussions on this, I'd say, at the Fowler, in terms of like, I think maybe Carly could actually speak a little bit more about the African material that we've had some lengthy talks about, because there are examples where there's material that we know comes from a particular cultural group, and we know that group is marginalized by the government. And so when we repatriate that material, it's going to be going to the government and not necessarily to the group of origin. So we kind of fall in a place where it's a bit like it's not really necessarily us here at the Fowler Museum to decide that either, and figure out that repatriation maybe needs to happen, but we can't necessarily also be the people that are in the end are judging where that material ends up falling in the end. So yeah, it's very tricky. I think that's a tough one to kind of answer, but we try and at least have involvement from those groups to be able to understand better where where the material would even should go. So
I would like to briefly react to this. Willeke Wendrich, ex-director of the Coats Institute of Archaeology. In the Waystation context, we've talked about this a lot as well. And the way we're trying to safeguard this is by involving people from those groups in the discussion,
And of course, we're just starting, and you have much more experience as founder museum with this. But the way I imagine this to go is that if in this discussion it turns out that this will not go to the community of origin, but to the state museum, then maybe the decision will be keep it here until the time is there. And there is a way to get this to it really belongs. So I think it's something that we should very much keep at the forefront of our minds.
The problem, I think, for us is then when we get a request from that government or to repatriate the material. And for us, of course, we don't have a legal mandate to do that, but it is a tough thing for us to be able to say also, no, we will not repatriate to you. We haven't come to that yet necessarily, but yeah, we'll see. It's going to be tricky. There's no doubt with some of these repatriations. So
I think I'll just add, I think that as a community of institutions and organizations that are endeavoring to return objects to communities and nations of origin, as we make joint and concerted efforts to make it normal for community representatives to be engaged in these conversations at the highest levels, perhaps we can move this towards being a normative practice and gets at least some of those community representatives to the table in some of these countries, because I've heard this from, sort of colleagues that are returning things all over the world, that this is a critical element, how to get community members involved in these conversations and to attribute the same kind of expertise to their knowledge as we are attributing to our own scholarly knowledge. And I don't want to skip over Carly. Carly, do you have any comments to add to this question? No.
Hi, my name is Carly. I'm a Mellon Curatorial Fellow at the Feller Museum, working on the welcome gift that Christian talked about, studying Africa, not an America specialist. And I think in quick summary just of the Ghana return that just happened, there's a lot of conversations that happened internally relating the lessons learned from NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA in relationship to the kind of mediation between federally and non-federally recognized tribes, as well as how do we as an institution follow international law, as Christian was discussing. And in that way, the kind of local voice of the Ghanaian community, the Asante Kingdom, that the objects were ultimately returned to, draws upon this NAGPRA mandate that if specific communities and families are known, that the objects are items are returned to that individual. And since the pieces that we returned were taken from a specific individual, the Asante Hene, the king, who has a direct descendant who is still ruling of the Asante Kingdom, that is why those objects were able to be returned in that way. And so it was a careful mediation between the national government of Ghana, the national museums, and the Asante Palace that mediated this very complex legal thing that I'm not super qualified to talk about, so please don't quote me on that. But just saying that, as everyone has said, it's very complicated and it's a very case-by-case basis, but something that we are hoping will become some kind of example that we can move forward from in the future.
Lisa, I stole them. So sorry. Can I just add to that real quick and then I'll shut up? And I think this is going to come up both later today and for the rest of this time we're doing all this stuff. I just want to say that I think we're also in this moment where we talk about like decolonizing the museum, but I think part of that decolonization is countering this paternalism about stewardship. And, there's this idea that, INA is full, like the Museo Nacional can't take any more objects. And so now it has to go to these communities. And then the conversation is, well, do they have infrastructure? If they don't have infrastructure, we don't want to give it to them. But then, maybe it should be flipped and say, if we give them these things, that is a mechanism to create infrastructure and to be, and then to give people the motivation to sort of do that. But also, I think as the Waystation, I think we need to be cognizant. I mean, I don't think that we can necessarily just say, here's all this stuff, figure it out. I mean, I think that we're putting a lot of pressure by giving this stuff back. And I think we need to think also about ways in which we can better facilitate what happens to those materials after they've landed. And is it our responsibility then to help those communities also figure out locally appropriate, indigenous sensitive ways to curate, to display, all that kind of stuff. And so that's part of a bigger conversation, but I think it's, and we've had this before, like, who do we give it to? Okay, well, and then what? But I think it's the and then what we should also be really thinking about.
Yes, we've had other questions about, I'm sorry, what is our commitment to support these objects once they're returned? So that's something that is a big part of this conversation. And as archaeologists, we're very familiar with the idea that we can't just go somewhere, dig stuff up and leave. So there is this practice of community archaeology already here at the Institute of Archaeology at UCLA. And we take those standards that are set for continuing to be involved in the communities that we engaged with, for years, decades, however long that connection needs to exist. Go ahead, Victoria.
Sorry, I wanted to respond to something that Carly mentioned, and I'm not putting you on the spot, but I wanted to highlight that it's come up in my, with respect to my collections, especially now that NAGPRA was updated in January. I am opening it up to the entire group. Can we talk about how appropriate it is to apply NAGPRA to non-US Native American indigenous communities? Because as we've mentioned a couple of times today, the definition of what is indigenous is not the same. There's not the same infrastructure. There's not the same recognition of tribal sovereignty or, federally recognized or non-federally recognized tribes in other countries. So I just want to put it on the table, maybe not for now, but can we address this during the course of today? I would love that.
Great topic. Let's finish our guest questions and let's introduce that when we have our panel discussion at the end of the day, because I think that's very relevant. Yeah, because this NAGPRA community engagement as an example comes up so frequently. Yeah. Okay, so Yuduo Hayes' second question, are there international or national legal frameworks that have heavy influence on the voluntary repatriation of cultural objects to Mexico? So I'll start out with answering that, but I think that there's several other people who can add to this. So voluntary repatriations aren't necessarily a response to any of the existing legislation, international or our bilateral agreements that we have with a number of nations, including Mexico. So we can voluntarily return anything we want to anyone we want. And there's nothing necessarily that is forcing that, but although that's a different conversation. So I think that's an answer to whether there's a heavy influence of international or national legal frameworks. Now, on the other hand, in Mexico, they have, there is a program under the current president, Mi Patrimonio No Se Vende. So there is a big movement on the part of the Mexican government to recover cultural materials that are in other nations. So while the project that we're working on is also not a response to that, we salute it and it certainly exists. And there's been a lot of conversation about that effort on the part of the Mexican government and its successes and perhaps some weaknesses. And we do have some topics regarding that we'll address during the panel at the end of the day. But in the meantime, do any of our other speakers have any comments regarding this question of legal frameworks and voluntary returns? No? Okay. And then so we'll have our final question for this Q&A. Okay, well, we might have one more. Okay, it's Raquel Marquez from Colgate University as well, and her family is Mixtec from Oaxaca. And her question is that there has there been any change of attitudes or impacts to the acquisition of artifacts for local community museums with the rise of tourism in Oaxaca? So I think this question, perhaps, Edith, if you are willing to address this, you might be the best person to respond, whether or not tourism in Oaxaca has impacted how local community museums acquire artifacts.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisa. I think that, yes, it could be, as somebody said before, it could be also tricky. But the idea is that these Mixtec communities, normally they have more information about their archaeological past. In this case, a local museum can be part of a new way to get tourists to the town. But also I can, as much as I have seen in many other community museums in Oaxaca, these museums are not exactly for tourists. Let me explain it. These museums normally are open for a few hours of the week, because people normally that are the custodians of these museums go to their fields, they go to cultivate, they do many things. So it depends about the size of the community, but I hope that it's more than the idea of have more tourists and more economic resources. I think that many towns, at least in Oaxaca, are trying to reconnect with their identity and also with their past. I hope so.
Thank you, Edith. We are going to break for lunch now. And we do have another question, but it will be responded to at the panel discussion at the end of the day. Thank you.
Hi, Son, can you hear me? Yep, awesome. Green, yes. All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Mary. I'm a PhD candidate in classics, and it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Jesse Lerner. Jesse is a filmmaker, curator, and writer. His documentaries, Frontierland, 1995, Ruins, 1999, The American Egypt, 2001, Atomic Sublime, 2010, The Absent Stone, 2013, and The Fragmentations Only Mean, 2021, have screened at the New York's Museum of Modern Art, the National Anthropology Museum in Mexico City, the Guggenheim Museums in New York and Bilbao, and the Sundance, Rotterdam, and Los Angeles film festivals, among many other venues. Washington's National Gallery, the Anthology Film Archives, and Mexico's Cineteca Nacional have presented mid-career surveys of his films. His books include The Maya of Modernism, F is for Phony, Fake Documentary, and Truth's Undoing. The Shock of Modernity, Ism, and the Catherwood Project. As a curator, he has organized exhibitions at the Robert Flaherty Seminar, Mexico's National Palace of Fine Arts, the MAK Center, the Museo Carrillo Gil, and the touring series Mexperimental Cinema. He is a professor in the Intercollegiate Media Studies program of the Claremont Colleges. And I also want to add that we're fortunate to have Jesse's co-director, Sandra, here on Zoom with us today, and they'll both be available for Q&A.
Thank you. Just want to say a couple things before we watch the film. I think the film touches on a number of the themes that came up in this morning session. Unlike the tripod vessels that may or may not be from somewhere in West Mexico and ended up in North Carolina. Here we're talking about a unique object whose place of origin can be located in a very precise way. It comes from this small town in Estado de Mexico called Coatlinchan and was there for hundreds of years. But it's a film about a local community and its relationship to this one particular object and the impact of the removal of that object. Unlike the objects going from Costa Rica to the Fowler or from Colima to North Carolina, in this case, it's not an international transport, but rather within the national boundaries. But again, the impact of the removal of the object is sort of one of the focuses of the film. And as with the presentation we saw from Edith Ortiz Diaz, we'll see a lot of vernacular archaeology and these kind of local museums in a place where there's clearly a very long history of continuous human settlement. And there's also a little bit of modern replicas of ancient objects that will appear in the film as well. So with that, let's watch the movie and Sandra will join us in 80 minutes when it's over. Thanks.
Thanks so much. While watching, you have a lot of those interviews in it and a lot of historical footage. Did you show the final film to the people you interviewed? And did they also decide on the storyline? Because there's really the multiple sides you bring to the fore, some of which are quite critical to the local population and dismissive even.
We did share a rough cut with the principal characters, subjects of the documentary. In terms, they didn't really, it was the filmmakers that structured it, right? Some of the, I guess for me, editing the film, part of the challenge was that, there's this contemporary moment of 50 years later, here's the town without the stone, and there's all this activity about the absence of the stone and about the replica and so on, and engagement with the pre-Columbian past. There isn't really much of a narrative arc there. And then there's the chapter or the section of the film that's about 1964, where there is a narrative and there's a protagonist and antagonist and a conflict and a resolution. So part of the challenge in terms of structuring it, I guess, in my mind, when I started, sitting down in front of all the footage, you tell the story about 1964 and then you go to the contemporary stuff, and the narrative trajectory just kind of ended in the middle of the film. It took a while for the structure in which we sort of go back and forth between the stuff that happens in the 64 and the stuff that happens contemporary for that to kind of emerge. And that was, really just dialogue with nonlinear editing software and the footage. And then in terms of the final film, we sort of premiered it twice. We premiered it in Coatlinchan. Doesn't have a movie theater, so we rented this giant inflatable screen and 500 plastic chairs and put them out on the plaza and projected it. And then they wanted to show it again, so we showed it a second time. And then we did a premiere in Mexico City for some of the subjects were based there and weren't really interested or able to go to Coatlinchan, so we did a screening at the Cineteca, sort of other premiere.
And what were the reactions?
People liked it a lot. I think, it has this sort of Rashomon quality. So you don't necessarily agree with all the versions that are being presented, but somebody's going to present a version that coincides with whatever your perspective is, and then somebody else is going to contradict it. And we made an effort putting it together where it's not trying to favor, these guys are right and these guys are misremembering in a way that flatters their role in the event. But it's open-ended enough that it's not good guys in white hats and bad guys, you know. Hi, Sandra.
Do we have any other questions in the studio audience here? Let's see if we have anything online. Oh, yeah.
Well, congratulations to both of you guys for the film. It's really spectacular. You know, at this point, it's been 11 years since you did this, premiered the film. So I imagine you were working on it for a couple of years beforehand. What do you think of it now? Like, what would you do the same and what would you maybe do different in this moment?
I mean, it was more than a couple years. It was maybe 7, I think, if you count the whole process. But that said, we weren't working on it necessarily full time for 7 years. Sandra was writing a doctoral dissertation and I was teaching full time. So it was, you know, kind of on and off for 7 years. I do think the big difference in terms of, you know, 2013 versus 2024 is we couldn't make this film now because so many of the people in it have unfortunately left us. You probably have read that, you know, Ramirez Vasquez died, I forget what year, but a few years after we finished the film. He's elderly when we interview him, but he's lucid. And he came to the premiere, but didn't seem like he was in great health at that point. I think he was in his 90s. You know, the engineer, like Prieto, also passed away, and several of the people that you see from Coatlinchan are no longer with us. So to really get the kind of multiple perspectives where you have the, you know, the architect, the engineer, the kidnapping victim, the kidnapper, you know, all these, you know, different voices and different generations, I'm not sure we'd be able to do that. And the archival stuff is still there, but, you know, we were able to revisit these people with enough of a distance that, you know, they felt clearly they could talk about it freely, and was, you know, decades later, they could kind of confess things that maybe they wouldn't have wanted to talk about in 65 or 66.
Thank you. Edith has a question online. Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Well, guys, I want to congratulate you because it is a very good version of how people in Mexico take this kind of events. I mean, as you said, we have people that is pro the moving of the Tlaloc, people that is trying to make an affair about we are not agree to take it from us. I think that something that is really very valuable of this documental is that you kept all the voices. I mean, this is something that it's really quite important, because even that somebody said, oh, no, we have the document where all the people from the town have signed it, that they were agreed to move the stone. But obviously in the people mind, there is always the idea they took the stone, the Coatlinche, from Coatlinchan with no permission. And I think that's something that is quite common in Mexico. That's why it's also now a political issue that it's better not to take the archaeological pieces, for example, from the communities, because there is always that sensation that they are going to take something that is our from us. And the idea is better that the people have their remains, the ruins, the objects right there in their communities. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed the film. Thank you.
And Sandra, please.
Thanks, Edith. It's really a pleasure to meet you, and I'm so glad that you liked the film. And thanks, everybody. I wanted to come back a little bit to the question that was asked before because I couldn't unmute myself to answer. But one thing, I mean, I definitely agree with Jesse in terms that a lot of the people that we were able to interview have unfortunately passed away, and it's really a moment that I think we were able to capture when they were able still to talk about what had happened and with enough distance that it wasn't necessarily as fraught as it would have been if we had maybe done the film 10 years before or 20 years before. But I think another thing has changed very dramatically, and that's also the question that kind of brings this panel together today in terms of how now mainstream a lot of the conversations around repatriation have become. And I remember showing this film to the programmers of the Berlin Film Festival of the Berlinale when we made it, and they said, you know, this is an academic film. This story is not something that's interesting for a broader audience. These topics, you know, this is for archaeologists and for specialists. And I was happy to see that the festival was won this year by a film that's about repatriation of the Benin bronzes. So I think it's changed quite dramatically in that sense. And I also think it's changed for Quetzalcoatl. When we were making this film, the idea that the stone could be returned to Quetzalcoatl really wasn't something that came up very often. I mean, people said it almost joking. I mean, you have this scene, right, where the ladies are drinking pulque and they sort of make this joke of well, you know, maybe it could come back, but it ends up being, humor ends up being used to kind of dissipate the impossibility of this. And I was excited to see that in June of last year, people in Quetzalcoatl organized to go to Mexico's lower court to make a formal petition for the return of the stone. And this was something that wasn't happening 10 years ago when we made the film. So I think it would have a different angle in that way. In terms of how the film was made, I think I also maybe would make it differently now. I think that we were able to work a lot with people in the community, but I think it would have been, I think nowadays I would have wanted to have much more of a collaborative relationship with them in the process of making the film and editing. I think we tried in several instances with Jesse. We both had sort of Jean Rouche's influence and were interested in having that kind of commentary, but it was difficult to organize with Jesse being in LA and I was in Mexico City and in New York. And I think that would have been something that I would have wanted to explore, and maybe we can still do it. We can have we made a little making of film from the day that we premiered it, and Israel, one of the characters in the film, says, you know, you have enough material to make La Piedra Ausente 2. So maybe Jesse and I might take this on someday.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to screen this film. Oh, Marianne.
Hi. So I just wanted to ask, was there any skepticism towards your like motivations for doing this? Were there people or institutions who refused to talk to you or to collaborate or at any point? Or did they take it very like kind of like lightheartedly? Like,
Well, before we shot anything, we went to a meeting of this sort of core Campuli group that many of the characters in the film introduced themselves as saying that they're a member of this Campuli. And we screened one of my previous films, which also deals with Mesoamerican archaeology, in which the main character is a forger who has ceramic pieces in the Metropolitan Museum and a lot of major collections. So we screened that for them. And I think that was, as I recall, they were like, oh, you know, this is great. This is going to be good publicity for the Campuli. And we said, well, we're going to be talking about with other people, with other points of view. And they were like, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Is my memory serving me correctly, Sandra?
We did that, and also, I mean, I think my relationship was also a little bit different because I had been living in Quetzalcoatl for about a year before Jesse came and we proposed a film project to them. So I think almost they were happy to have it be a film, because for a very long time, they really didn't understand why I kept showing up places. You know, I think as an anthropologist, we're sort of this uncomfortable presence. And suddenly it was like, oh, you want to make a movie? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, let's get that done. So I think there was actually a lot of willingness and excitement around the film, especially in Coatlinchan, but not just Coatlinchan. I think the engineer del Valle Prieto was not only willing to be a participant, he came to the premiere and gave the film a standing ovation the day of the premiere, and he was a big fan of the project. And his son to this day communicates with me and with Jesse, and they were happy with the film, as was Ramirez Vasquez. He also participated very willingly, knowing that the film was showing another side of the story, because we were always very clear that we were doing this project with the people in Coatlinchan. And I think what surprised me perhaps more is that the INA is a co-producer of the film. We proposed the film as part of a moment in the INA where there was a lot of opening to thinking about these histories. And so they were also very, very enthusiastic and gave us part of the funds to make the film. I mean, some
We have a
people
question in the
film.
back. We have a question in the back.
Hello. Oh. Just move. Okay.
Please introduce
Over here.
yourself.
Oh, hi, my name is Victoria, last name V. Okay, so, and my question is regarding the film, what were some of the challenges you guys faced in creating it that maybe you didn't think, or just anything that you didn't expect? And also, I'm assuming you both had a vision regarding this. How did that change with what either could be done, what couldn't be done, etc.?
Sandra, do you want to take that?
I mean, for me, the big incredible surprise was working with Jesse. Really, I approached Jesse as a graduate student working on a dissertation, and I was interested in asking him, because I admired his work, if he could recommend somebody that I could collaborate with in order to make a film project with this. He was immediately enthusiastic and just said, you know, I'll do it. And he made me into a filmmaker, which was really exciting. I'd never had explored the medium, and it's been a real adventure to work with him, and to also work with him in the style of filmmaking that he knows and shares, which is incredibly generous and collaborative and open and horizontal. And we worked with a lot of people that he had already experienced working with here in Mexico, and getting people in the community involved. That was to me very exciting. And to think of cinema as a way to tell this story and to make it relevant was really something that I didn't expect. I was thinking of this as a dissertation or an academic book, and it was really exciting to be able to explore another language to tell the story.
Okay, I have a question, and this is Lisa Stapleton. This is a imagined futures kind of question. If you think about the idea that the INA or the Museum of Anthropology decided to move another monument from another village today, do you think that the relationship that they had with the community of that village would be different today than the relationship that they had in 1964?
Well, I mean, 1964, we're talking about a really very sort of specific moment in the national history, right? It's the, close to the high point of the PRI as central authority and, strong arm of the state If you are going to resist our project of building this national museum, we'll send in the army. And, I don't think that's the, 4T Moreno model for museum building. I think it would be something very different.
Of course, yeah, we realized
We're
that the
not-
museum was just opening, so there was a
It's a
underlying
very
reason.
it's a very different moment, but at the same time, there's certain things that I think have not changed. So there's a young Oaxacan filmmaker who's making a film now about an artifact that was found also in the 60s and taken to the museum. And the man who found this object wants to go see it. It's his life dream. And so the filmmaker finds the funds to take him to Mexico City. He's an elderly man in his 90s and brings him to the museum, and the museum receives him sort of saying, this object isn't yours. Even if you found it, even if it was on your lands, this has nothing to do with you. And so they refuse to have him connect his story to this object. So there hasn't been that much of a change in terms of the state's relationship to where these objects are or who they belong to. At the same time, the current administration is undergoing a huge campaign that's called Mi Patrimonio No Se Vende, that's about repatriation. But it's also very interesting to see first of all, how these repatriations are happening. They're mostly from volunteer donations from people who, a little bit like the collection that we started talking about this morning. Somebody dies and their heirs don't know what to do with the stuff, and so they give them back to the INA, and they end up in storage facilities because the museums don't really have the capacity to incorporate them, and there's all sorts of provenance issues that nobody knows, and are they real, are they fake, a lot of the questions that we were asking this morning. And so these objects are returned with big fanfare, and there's the media's very present, and then we don't ever find out where they go or who they're returned to. And so the state has a whole campaign about how these objects are being returned to the Mexican people, but it's unclear within the internal logics that are quite colonial within Mexico City, within Mexico and the place that Mexico City and the INA occupies in that configuration. It's not quite clear how much those things are really going back to any of the communities that they came from.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you for giving us the opportunity to screen this film.
Oh, thank you.
It is our pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, our next speaker is Blanca Maldonado, una querida amiga mía. Blanca is an archaeologist specialized in ancient metallurgy and production processes. Her specific areas of interest include pre-Columbian metallurgy and metalworking in the New World, pre-industrial non-ferrous metallurgy, and the cultural dynamics of technological practices. Her research has focused mainly on two geographical areas, Mesoamerica and the South Central Andes. She holds a PhD in anthropology with specialization in archaeology from the Pennsylvania State University. Her doctoral studies include training in archaeological science and archaeometallurgy at Oxford University and University College London in the UK. She has received several research grants and awards, including a DAAD research grant for an academic stay at Bonn University, Germany, and a 2.5-year postdoctoral research fellowship from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation at the Kurt Egelhorn Centrum Archaeometry, also in Germany. Dr. Maldonado is currently a tenured professor researcher at the Center for Archaeological Studies at El Colegio de Michoacán, Mexico, where she also serves as provost and vice president of academic affairs. In addition,
She serves as editor-in-chief for Ancient Mesoamerica. Thank you, Lucha. And now we're moving on to a more technical theme. And I would like to say good afternoon, everyone, again. It's a pleasure to be here today and participate in this wonderful initiative. I am grateful for this opportunity to collaborate. I would like to thank Lisa Stapleton and Lucha Martinez de Luna for inviting me to this workshop. It has been also great to see my colleague and friend Jason De Leon again, now as the director of the Cutson Institute of Archaeology at UCLA. And I would like to start my intervention with a quote from the late Canadian historian Dorothy Duncan. Because the artifact reflects the values and influences which were important to the individual who made it, and the society and the time in which it was manufactured, it can be viewed as making an important cultural and historical statement. Both oral and written history may reflect judgments that are inaccurate and biased. The artifact does not lie. And here lies the value of the material analysis of ancient artifacts. Over centuries, scientific methods have been applied towards a variety of materials, such as obsidian, metals, bones, wood, textiles, leather, shells, pollen, stone, and paints, to extract information from anything that has been preserved. Throughout time, the purpose of all these studies has been to establish at what point in history certain artifacts were manufactured, what was the technology involved in manufacturing them, in which area did artifacts originate, and how did they develop into products of better quality because of the ever-increasing skilled labor and better production techniques. But well, last but not least, who were the people behind all this, and why did they make these artifacts? Nevertheless, the answer to when an object was made satisfies only one of the many questions which were asked. On the whole, the determination of when an object was made does not provide any insight into where an object was made, that is, its origin, and by whom. A primary objective in the study of ancient artifacts is to discern where they were produced. This presentation deals with the provenance and through it, with the makers of the cultural objects. And so, sorry, those were the questions I was asking previously. And the main question, where were the artifacts made? So, provenance, from the Latin provenio, to come forth, denotes the origin of or source of an object or idea, or may indicate its history of ownership. The term was originally used in art history and antiquities to designate the ownership of artworks, but it is now employed in similar senses in a wide range of fields, including science, computing, and archaeology. In archaeological and ethnographic studies in North America, the term provenience is used somewhat similarly to provenance, but often the term provenience is employed to describe the context in a three-dimensional space in which an artifact was recovered and using provenance to designate the sources or raw materials used in making the artifact and the object's documented history. This becomes relevant here since many of the pieces in the collection of the Museum of the Cherokee People that we were discussing here today are of unknown provenience, and we're trying to determine their provenance. Then, why is it so important to know for sure where the artifacts were manufactured? The determination of the provenience or the provenance of artifacts might provide a clue for the reconstruction of behavior within a given population, as well as its cultural changes. It is the distribution of geographically assigned artifacts that provides valuable information on trade, for instance, because one can trace the artifacts back to the source, and one may find out how they were transported from one place to another. The ultimate goal of an archaeological study is the correlation of archaeological finds with the people who made them within a historical framework, with ramifications into the advancement of technology and antiquity. The establishment of the provenance of origin of an artifact enables us to lay a bridge between an artifact and its maker. By applying factual stratigraphy used in the excavations and the radiocarbon and thermoluminescence dating of organic and inorganic materials, for example, ceramic, we can also get a fixed point in time when the cultural remains were created. But of course, we not always have access to that information. So, provenance studies on stone, ceramics, and metals account for the vast majority of all archaeological provenance analysis. One category of materials is lithics or stone. Lithic raw materials may occur in outcrops or geological beds, or as nodules in stream beds. Provenance studies have been undertaken in a wide variety of raw materials and artifacts, including alabaster, basalt, chert, chlorite, flint, granite, greenstone, including jaded and nephrite, hematite, limestone, both in blocks and plaster, magnetite, marble, obsidian, quartzite, rhyolite, sandstone, schist, osteotite or soapstone, and turquoise. Because the extraction of and fabrication techniques of lithic production do not alter significantly the chemical composition, lithics provide the best material by which to carry out provenance or provenance studies. Artifact reuse, exposure to heat, post-depositional processes, and storage in archaeological repositories or museums are not likely to modify the bulk chemical composition. Hence, stone is theoretically an ideal material for provenance assessment. Lime, plasters, cement, and concrete derive from rock sources and present complicating issues in provenance studies, but not as complex as ceramics. Ceramics or pottery. Provenance studies have been conducted on earthenware, stoneware, proto-porcelain, and porcelain, which may occur in various types and classes of ceramic materials, domestic and utilitarian, and ritual pottery containers, figurines, spindle whorls, ear spools, and other objects. Unlike stone sources or outcrops of source materials, clay is a complex product of rock mineralogy and subject to weathering and found in a variety of locations worldwide. Hence, few chemical studies have directly linked pottery vessels with specific clay sources. Clays being transported long distances from sources may contain naturally occurring organic or inorganic plastics or tempers, or organic or inorganic materials may be introduced purposefully. or by accident during the preparation of the clay. Heterogeneous clays from different sources may be mixed, levigated, and wedged, and pottery may be hand-built or wheel-thrown. The size and complexity of the manufacturing process, household production by one fabricator versus creation by multiple artisans, each responsible or one step in a multi-phase process versus a factory or industrial level of fabrication. All this complicates the ability to precisely define ceramic provenance. As I will discuss later, in some cases, macroscopic features such as style may help to determine provenance. Glass. Products that have been studied for provenance include beads, containers, and other vessels, faience, glasses, ingots, ornaments, tesserae, and window glass. Glass may have been a byproduct of the technology of either glazed ceramics or metals. Ancient pyre technologies were unable to reach silicon melting temperature, so that a modifier or flux derived from plant or animal sources was employed to lower melting points. Like ceramics, the composition of glasses and other vitreous silicates affect provenance because of the heterogeneous nature of the original raw materials used in production. The use of the addition of colorants or the colorants and the containers used to hold molten glass is itself subject to flux and add impurities. As a result, the scientific assessment of glass provenance has had a mixed success. Metals. These include native copper, copper alloys, gold, lead, silver, and tin. Metals were among the earliest materials submitted for scientific provenance analysis, but like glass, suffer from the same issues of heterogeneous raw material origins, recyclability, forceful or accidental mixing, and the creation of desired alloys, as well as high temperatures that alter trace element compositions and the discard of unwanted material removed as slag. In addition, fabrication procedures such as cold hammering, annealing, joining, and casting provide additional issues for determining provenance. Other materials include amber, antler, bitumen, bone, dyes, horn, ivory, jet, pitch, resin, tar, and various organics such as hair and fibers. These have also been analyzed. Baltic amber was characterized in the 1980s and can be distinguished from non-Baltic sources and imitations. Varying degrees of success have been reported with the studies of jet and ivory, while analysis of human bone and teeth have been useful in determining human migrations and the assessment of herd animals, particularly sheep, goat, and cattle, have also focused on animal origins and movements. In addition, provenance studies of woolen textiles have also been increasing. In terms of analytical methods, the methods employed for determining the provenance of archaeological and anthropological objects are as numerous and diverse as the different categories of artifacts and materials in the archaeological and ethnographic record. Archaeology increasingly draws on techniques from the physical sciences to aid in our data collection and analysis. Archaeological chemistry specifically is often used to help identify the material composition of an artifact and to help determine where it came from. Instruments like instrumental neutron activation analysis, or INAA, ICP-MS, or inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry, or XRF, X-ray fluorescence, may be used to identify chemical composition groups that can be matched to a specific geological provenance. While each of these instruments use a different technology, they all break down to the chemical elements present in different materials. Each material class, that is ceramics, different kinds of metal, various stones and minerals, etc., will be somewhat similar in terms of its major elements, but may differ greatly in terms of its trace elements. For example, and that's it, the one, sorry. For example, using instrumental neutron activation analysis, or INAA, one group of researchers was able to distinguish authentic, high quality, I'm sorry, I think I skipped, sorry about that. Any ceramic material is primarily composed of silica, but will have different amounts of other elements. Pots that are made from the same clay source, however, will be more similar to each other. By using a statistical technique called discriminant analysis, it is possible to identify groups within a selected sample by comparing the presentation of selected elements. Now, sorry, something's going on with it. Yeah. For example, using instrumental neutron activation analysis for INAA, one group of researchers was able to distinguish authentic, high-quality Sisha stoneware produced during the Ming Dynasty from clays near Xiying, China, from imitations that were created later in various European countries, a distinction that is difficult to make from visual observations alone. While INAA has a longer history of use in the investigation of ceramic materials, ICP-MS has become increasingly popular, in part because it is cheaper and somewhat less destructive. Characterization studies can also be useful in ascertain the provenance of stone artifacts. And now, what we've been doing this morning. In the case of ceramics, colors may in addition consider stylistic attributes. Style is often seen as a proxy for cultural identity. Shared styles may indicate a close social relationship, while abrupt stylistic changes may indicate some sort of change in social or political organization. They also may record specific elements or motifs that appear on different pots and consider how they change over time and between sites. At the same time, there's an old archaeological adage that warns against confusing pots for people. It means that we need to be careful about methodological approaches that focus only on the artifact itself, without considering what people who created it were trying to communicate. For example, while Iron Age ceramic styles in Southern Africa were traditionally interpreted primarily as ethnic markers, a more detailed study incorporating history and ethnography has shown that ceramic style is far more complex. Archaeologists need to recognize that pots and other artifacts are mobile objects, and that their style are a form of communication over both time, as novice potters learn from their elders and from experimentation, and space. As people move, vessels are traded and pots are used in different contexts over their use life. In conclusions, I hope they're not too dense. Early provenance studies focused on the use of one or two methods such as INAA and others. And the literature review indicates that currently up to a half dozen methods may be employed in combination to answer a variety of questions. And well, these are some, like just a few characterization examples, depending on the types of materials. And I have to add here that usually what we do when we analyze materials or cultural materials that we use at least two different methods that we confront. We confront the data from the different methods that we use to analyze this same sample, so we can have a better idea of the results we're getting. So as I said, depending on the material, flint usually used SFMS and MCICPMS. Marble has other methods that I'm not going to stop to discuss in detail these. We could discuss them later if anyone has specific particular interests in some of these. Lime plaster, clay cooking vessels, use a lot, SCM for that, and of course XRF, and other methods. And also replication studies. There are some other methods that have been used, for example, for amphora and organic dyes. And of course, we also have the thin sections, probably one of the earliest scientific methods that were employed for analyzing ceramics. And the goal of all this is to understand the advancement of manufacturing techniques, which are built upon technical discoveries of individual potters and driven by changes in sociocultural practices, mortuary traditions, and economics. Provenance studies are undertaken by archaeologists and other researchers to determine the source or sources of the material from which artifacts were fashioned in ancient times, often using chemical data. The provenance information allows them to understand the movement of these materials over time and space, thereby gaining an understanding of relationships among peoples, including trade routes and exchange practices. Future refinements are expected in LAICPMS and XRF, and work advances on new topics such as characterizing slag inclusions in iron artifacts and distinguishing sources of alloys in metal and constituents in glass. Also, after great time and expense in prominent studies, scientists still seek to provide appropriate and relevant data for archaeological and anthropological interpretation. And thank you all for your attention.
All right, up next, I'm very happy to introduce Andrew D. Turner, who is a senior research specialist at the Getty Research Institute. He's trained as a Mesoamerican archaeologist and art historian, and he has worked as a faculty member and a curator at the University of Cambridge. and before that held a postdoc at the Yale University Art Gallery. At the Getty, he is project lead on the Pre-Hispanic Art Provenance Initiative, which traces the large-scale looting and sale of pre-Hispanic antiquities during the 20th century. In addition to authoring numerous articles and book chapters, Dr. Turner is the editor of Códice Maya de Mexico, Understanding the Oldest Surviving Book of the Americas, which appeared in 2022. And he is the co-editor of Flower Worlds, Religion, Aesthetics, and Ideology in Mesoamerica and the American Southwest, as well as collecting Mesoamerican art before 1940, A New World of Latin American Antiquities. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Andrew Turner.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to, well, good afternoon, and I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for providing space and opportunity to learn and discuss this extremely complex and timely topic. What I'm going to talk about today is our work at the Getty on a project called the Pre-Hispanic Art Provenance Initiative, and that stems from close analysis of the Stendhal Art Gallery records. So I'll talk a little bit about the project, and I'll talk a bit about Earl Stendhal and the Stendhal Art Galleries as well. So the project really began, and well, its origin can be traced back to 2017, when Matthew Robb at the Fowler Museum and Megan O'Neill, who was then at the at LACMA, approached the Stendhal Art Galleries, who were closing their doors after over 100 years of selling artwork in the Hollywood area. So this is a picture of their showroom from around the 1940s or so. And it was really a three-generation business founded by Earl Stendhal in 1911. His son Alfred took over the business in the 60s, and Ron Damon, which would be Alfred's nephew, and his wife April ran it in the 21st century. And then they closed the doors in 2017. So Matthew Robb and Megan O'Neill approached them and asked if they would be willing to donate the archives of the Stendhal Art Galleries to the Getty Research Institute. And in an act of amazing trust, they did. And I think it's safe to say that the Getty now owns the most extensive archive of any dealer of pre-Hispanic art. They weren't just a dealer of pre-Hispanic art, they sold all types of artwork, but they really came to specialize in artwork from mostly from Mesoamerica, but also from the Andes and Central America as well. So what they donated was a vast collection of personal letters written among members of the Stendhal family, correspondence between members of the Stendhal family and potential and actual clients at museums and collectors as well. We have inventory cards, photos, import slips, all sorts of documentation, and critically, we have things like their stock books, which are pretty interesting. It's not a complete set, but we have about a 30-year span of stock book data where we can see basically every, more or less, we believe a vast majority of the objects that go in and out of, move in and out of this business, often with notes about who bought them as well. So it's a pretty rich corpus, and really something of this nature is unlikely to surface for any other dealer, as dealers by nature tend to be a bit secretive about their documents. And I think it's safe to say also that Stendhal was one of the most prolific dealers of the 20th century as well. So in 2019, the Pre-Hispanic Art Provenance Initiative began under the directorship of Mary Miller, who it was really her vision. I was hired at that point to be the project lead, and we've had several people working with us, including Alicia Maria Houtra, who's the project manager, Megan O'Neill and Matthew Robb, who facilitated the donation of the archive, are external advisors for us, and we have various research specialists and as well as past members. And I just want to note that everybody with an asterisk by their name was part of UCLA at one point as a student or employee. So we've drawn we've drawn heavily on local talent and benefited from it as well. So a little bit of background on Earl Stendahl and Stendahl Galleries. Stendahl took an amazing gamble in 1911 when he uprooted his family from Menominee, Wisconsin, to what was then a pretty dusty backwater but up-and-coming city called Los Angeles in 1911. He had been a confectioner in Wisconsin, whose greatest claim to fame at that point had been the invention of the waffle cone. So that's a little known fact. What Stendahl did was he set up a place called the Black Cat Cafe, which sold sweets, but also he displayed the work of local artists and sold that on the walls there. And little by little, that came to dominate the business. And he began to specialize in selling the works of California Impressionists like Guy Rose, William Wendt, Nikolai Fechin, and pretty soon outgrew the cafe and started selling out of luxurious hotels around various parts of Los Angeles and holding special exhibitions, making catalogs, that type of thing. So I think a high point in this particular phase of Stendahl's business was that Stendahl Galleries was one of 4 locations in the United States that showed Picasso's Guernica in 1939, as it made a tour to raise funds for Spanish Civil War refugee efforts. And it was around this time that Stendahl began getting into the business of selling pre-Hispanic art, or pre-Columbian as it was known back then, through various contacts that he made. So he had began selling, he sort of moved from California Impressionists into selling avant-garde European art, like people like Marcel Duchamp and Man Ray, Paul Klee, Vasily Kandinsky, Henri Matisse. And he also was selling the works of artists like Diego Rivera from Mexico. And it was through this connection that he began kind of becoming more aware and eventually selling pre-Hispanic artwork. So this also coincides with a little bit of a disruption in the art market supply chain as World War II breaks out, shipping lanes close in the Atlantic, and it becomes very difficult for a dealer of European avant-garde art like Earl Stendahl to keep selling artwork from Europe. So he starts seeking out a more locally available source, and that is antiquities from Mexico. And one of the things he does in the late 1930s is he partners with a person named Guillermo Echaniz, who's an antiquarian bookseller in Mexico. And Echaniz is kind of his man on the ground in Mexico and starts going around and finding places. So really prior to this moment, most sale of pre-Hispanic art had been objects that have been collected by tourists and diplomats, sometimes very large collections, but basically objects that were collected privately first, and then as these collections were dispersed, when the owner sells or dies, dealers would buy them up and sort of resell them. But really, this Stendahl-Echaniz partnership really initiates a kind of a second sinister phase of collecting, where they're actually going out to places in the countryside and digging things up, or hiring local people to dig them. So this really sort of creates a new era in looting, where it becomes very targeted instead of just sort of based on casual finds for the most part. So this is an image of who we think is probably Guillermo Echaniz, who's a very shadowy, mysterious figure, with Earl Stendahl on a visit to the site of El Tajín in Veracruz. So we have a rich set of correspondence between Echaniz and Earl Stendahl within the Stendahl Art Gallery's records at the GRI. And through the work of my colleagues, Peyton Phillips Quintanilla, Matthew Robb, Megan O'Neill, and Mary Miller, we've put together a LibGuide that you can find through the URL above, where there's basically a set of 10 letters that have been selected, and you can kind of go through, and they're annotated in such a way to where you can figure out who's who and what's going on exactly. You can, and so we've sort of established context for these letters here, so you're welcome to go and read through those. But you can also find the whole set of letters by going on to Getty's library website, Primo. And I think the easiest way is probably just to search Stendahl Art Galleries, and you can basically find everything that we've digitized there on the Stendahl Gallery records, which is a considerable amount of the archive itself. It takes some digging, but for those who are interested, it's worthwhile, and you're bound to come up with something interesting. And you can also visit our project's website as well, which can point you directly to some of these sources. And of course, the materials that aren't digitized, you're perfectly welcome to make an appointment at the Getty in special collections. Come into the reading room and access whatever you please. So one of the key points of transition for Earl Stendhal to start selling pre-Hispanic artwork is to sort of leverage his connections through the avant-garde circle in Los Angeles. And one of the critical, I guess, a couple who was critical in this sort of like branding of pre-Hispanic art as sort of a branch of avant-garde is Louise and Walter Ahrensberg, who had a home in Hollywood. And it was a place where they would invite members of the art circles like Man Ray, to hang out and sort of discuss literature and things like that. But you can see in their home, they fashionably placed pre-Hispanic art and art of other sort of ancient traditions alongside avant-garde works by Marcel Duchamp, Constantine Brancusi, et cetera, et cetera. And this photo is also highlighted, and there's an excellent book that Ellen Hubler and colleagues published on the Ahrensbergs and their collection a few years ago through the Getty Research Institute Press. But they were actually kind of major clients of the Stendhals. So they bought both avant-garde and pre-Hispanic works from them. For example, the famous Teotihuacan goddess sculpture that you see here. It's an interesting sculpture because the authenticity of it has been questioned at various points. There's nothing else that's really been found like it at Teotihuacan, at least on that sort of smaller scale. It's sort of like basically sort of a miniature version of the Coatlinchan sculpture in some regard, but of course there just isn't a lot of large-scale figural sculpture from Teotihuacan. But our records can sort of help help clarify where it came from exactly within Teotihuacan. So we have a letter here from Guillermo Chanis to Earl Stendhal dated November 13th, 1940, prior to its sale to the Ahrensbergs, where Guillermo Chanis writes, "There is a ranch near Teotihuacan. The farmer found a pyramid, and in an underground chamber, there was the fresco in two pieces, the large woman with thumbs up," which I think is who you see here, "and the other figure without a head. This chamber seems to be the temple of the goddess of agriculture." So you get a nice blend of actual on the ground location where it was from with some sort of speculative on the ground ideas of what the place might have functioned at. But nonetheless, we can trace this object through our records, and it tells us more than we can just by the records that survive in the Philadelphia Art Museum, for example, where it now is. And we have records of their sale to the Ahrensbergs as well. So interestingly enough, the Stendhals ended up moving into the house right next door to the Ahrensbergs, and they were certainly their main important customers in this early stage of selling pre-Hispanic artwork, and critical for them making the transition to selling pre-Hispanic artwork as well. And they bought quite a lot from the Stendhals, but you can imagine they probably also enjoyed their privileged location next to the Stendhals and probably got to see things before they really hit the showroom floor. This blend of this juxtaposition of modern and pre-Hispanic was a formula that the Stendhals themselves copied and capitalized on as they were selling artwork as well. So these are interior shots of the Stendhal home next door to the Ahrensbergs home, where you can see these sort of chrome George Jetson looking furniture with pre-Hispanic antiquities around them, and Vogue magazines and things like that. And then this is a model that's then copied by elite Hollywood clientele. So you can see this interior shot from the early 1960s of the director Billy Wilder and Audrey Young, his wife's house. And you can see pre-Hispanic, West Mexican shaft tomb sculptures on either side of the sofa that they're sitting on. So the Stendhals really become the dealer to the stars, and pre-Hispanic artwork collecting pre-Hispanic artwork becomes a mania among Hollywood stars, especially sort of at this B level, where you have actors like Vincent Price, who become kind of connoisseurs and tastemakers as well. And this is, of course, somebody that Jesse Lerner is doing some great research on as well. So you have right here Vincent Price, and his collection is featured in this Kahlua ad where he's plugging his book, I Like What I Know, but also telling why he loves pre-Hispanic artwork, and then linking that back to Kahlua, which is being marketed as sort of this like pre-Hispanic beverage. And the owner of the Kahlua company, Jules Berman, is also a big collector of pre-Hispanic artwork at this point. So you start to see these advertisements where you have these West Mexican shaft tomb figures that have been looted and gone through the mill of the art market, and they're showing up in these completely outrageous contexts where they're, this person playing a rasp over on the right is kind of shown to be grating the peel of a lemon for a cocktail or something like that. And then, of course, these objects become props in Hollywood films and TV shows like North by Northwest, as Matthew Robb has pointed out. This, this West Mexican figure becomes like the object of interest in this spy story. And then even on Star Trek, that's, yes, that's a Zapotec urn over the shoulder of Captain Kirk right there. So these objects really start to show up in kind of strange places, but it's really sort of seeped into the culture at this point in Hollywood. And it's hard to imagine now because I think we're sort of not in that moment anymore, but imagine a point where you could walk into a May Company department store in Neiman Marcus and stroll out with a pre-Hispanic sculpture just as easily as you walked in. But Stendhal did not only sell to collectors and stars, he also sold to museums. So in fact, rather aggressively. So it's kind of really hard to estimate the impact of Stendhal, but what you have is sale to collectors, direct sale to museums, and then many of those collections that are bought by private owners end up being donated to museums. So Stendhal is kind of beneath a lot of this. And what he's doing is he's selling objects that he has a lot of access to, like shaft tomb figures from West Mexico, Colima, Nayarit, Jalisco, Jaina figures, classic Veracruz ball game sculptures, things that are now very, very familiar to us going to museum collections. These are things that he was going around peddling as like essential types that curators need to have for encyclopedic museums. So you can sort of trace the dots forward, and this basically sort of creates our corpus of pre-Hispanic artwork from a museum perspective. It's really sort of things that Stendhal was able to market, sell, and pull out of the ground in the first place. Here's another interesting one, an example of him selling a work to the Minneapolis Institute of Art. You can see the same chalk mold sculpture in his backyard, back behind that table next to a few other pieces. And this was a piece that was kind of celebrated, photographed by Man Ray with this actress Teresa Wright, and then sold to Minnesota for the sum of $15,000, which was considerable at that point. Received with a lot of fanfare in Minnesota, where this, I'm not sure exactly what her role was in relation to the museum. She was well, anyway, there's a woman standing here holding a pair of Chimu ear spools, posing next to this in some publicity as the chalk mold sculpture arrived to Minnesota. And it was later determined in the 1970s that this was a fake sculpture. So there's a lot of mysteries that we have. Can't really say if we don't know if Stendhal knew it was a fake or not. I wouldn't rule it out, but we don't really have that piece of document that's surfaced yet. But nonetheless, this is kind of an interesting era. So in regards to our project, we started in 2019, which basically fall of 2019. And then of course, in spring of 2020, the pandemic broke out, and this really forced us to rethink how we were going to structure this project and what we were going to do with it. So this is a picture of a early workshop that we had involving several external collaborators. And then we've had various of those. Victoria took part in one as well that we geared toward working with curators of museums. But the problem is we basically shut down. We had some digitized material at that point, but we didn't have access to the hard copies of material anymore. So we thought, okay, well, what can we do with these digital resources that we have? So one of the things that we did is we took the family letters, and we had a bunch of colleagues that basically didn't really have a whole lot to do. So people on a voluntary basis started transcribing these letters into different formats. So what we're doing now is we're basically cleaning up and linking the data in these family letters, where you can tell all sorts of interesting things, including like what they were having for lunch and what they were seeing, but also these sort of deals that are happening that we can't really know about in other through other resources. But this is, of course, when they're on the road and when they're traveling, so it's not really a complete inside view of the business. And we started transcribing the stock books as well. So this gives you an idea of what the stock books look like. They're extremely difficult to read. They're pretty chaotic. They don't have dates. Like, how does a business run for over 100 years without putting dates in a stock book? It's beyond me, but they did it. We started out using employees that were had jobs that were based on site that couldn't work on site. And then we got about a third of the way into our transcription, and then we hired somebody, Kylie King, to do this transcription full time. And she's got an amazing ability to kind of do paleographic work on this very distinct blend of bad penmanship and bad spelling. But she finished about last summer, and we have 16,615 stock book entries from our stock book. So that's a lot of objects. This is basically what it looked like. She put it in this spreadsheet where we're noting all sorts of things like material cost, buyer when we know it, even the type of ink that's used, because we're just tracking as much data as we possibly can. So we're entering a phase now where we can start to do these sort of larger scale studies on the art market that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. We don't necessarily have individual story. We have individual stories of objects, but we can also take a big step back and do kind of a bird's eye view and look at sales over time, trends over time, buyers, how much money they're spending, that type of thing. So we can really start to do sort of a much bigger scale of analysis. We're also disseminating. So we just came out with a book a couple weeks ago, collecting Mesoamerican art before 1940, which is a series of essays that talks about collecting prior to 1940, prior to shipping lanes closing down and the Stendhals getting involved in selling pre-Hispanic art. We had another symposium, which you can see on YouTube, that Sandra and Jesse were both part of in 2022. And we'll have yet another symposium here in, I don't know, a little over a month or so. Hope you can all make it to that, but keep an eye out. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. We're going to take our coffee break, and then anyone who has any questions for Blanca or Andrew will address those as part of the final panel for the day, just so that we can catch up a little bit in terms of our schedule. So if our speakers could come join me at these tables, unless you want to grab a cup of coffee first, we'll move on from there. Earlier in the day, because I don't want to neglect these very good questions that have been posed to us. So the first question we're going to address is from John Pohl, and his question is: the descendant communities of the West Mexican collections are today's Cora, Huichol, Tepehuan, among other peoples. How would returning objects from this region to Mexico ensure that these objects were directed to the regional offices and museums in West Mexico, like Tepic, rather than simply being warehoused in Mexico City? Considering the majority of the population in LA is of Mexican ancestry in general, and West and Northern Mexico indigenous in particular, wouldn't it be better to maintain the collections here and institute a curriculum of transnational indigenous history, since there is over a millennium of cultural interaction between the greater American Southwest, Northern Mexico, and West Mexico? What a fantastic question. So in a sense, he might have answered his own question in proposing a really interesting idea on how to approach this, but I'd like to get everybody else's responses, if anybody else has thoughts on that question. And do we have Edith spotlighted? Okay.
Well, we started to talk about this a little bit earlier. And I mean, from what I can see, there is no guarantee that that material will return from Mexico City. So if we were to repatriate objects to Mexico, they would go to Mexico City, and when I was in Nayarit, there were some pieces that were sent, like in Tepic, there were pieces that were sent from INA in Mexico City to the regional museum, the INA Regional Museum in Tepic. And those were, you know, had cultural affiliation with that area. So they're, but they also sent them, for instance, like Zacatecas ceramics as well, which doesn't make sense. So, but then the other issue there is like, is so that it gets to that museum, gets to the regional museum, is that connected to the source communities? And I don't know if there's a good answer for that. I mean, it's more in the area and more in the region, and obviously then those source communities can have better access to it, but it's not within the source community themselves necessarily.
Victoria, did you?
I just want to say, I think John's suggestion is magnificent.
Yeah.
Is this thing on? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I would say that I was encouraged to see that Chalcatzingo Monument 9 didn't go to Museo Nacional de Antropología when it was repatriated. It went to, I don't remember what it's called now, but it's the Palacio de Cortes in Cuernavaca. And it's going to go to a revamped site museum at Chalcatzingo, where it's from. But again, this is a very prominent monument, but it was kind of reassuring to me to see that it wasn't going to be yet another treasure in the National Museum. It was actually going to the site where it was from. Would that happen with West Mexico sculptures? I really can't say. I think most of that stuff probably does just go back to the center, but maybe if you work closely with the Mexican consulate or something like that, maybe there's some room to negotiate where objects go exactly. I'm not sure.
When you have such an important piece being returned to a region, and it seems like a good precedent may be occurring. And with the pieces that we have from the Museum of the Cherokee People, they aren't, you know, of the same monumental importance, shall we say. So perhaps there's more room for negotiation on more creative, collaborative solutions. And I think really that's becoming the central theme of this conversation today. It also moves us towards, you know, topics for our next conversation, because you are the first panel, so to speak, of experts to review that material from the Museum of the Cherokee People. And the next step for the Waystation is to come to a second panel that will have different topics of conversation to review equally with the equal kind of collaborative environment. Blanca.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Before we move on to the next topic, I would like to introduce the issue of identity. And you know, sometimes some communities in Mexico are very familiar and really want to know about their past. Some others don't. So it depends on the community. If they do want the you know, the artifacts or the objects to if they want them back or not. If sometimes, you know, this stigma of being indigenous still true in many regions. So it depends, complex. So it's just another thing too.
No, I think that's, thank you for bringing that up. Lucia and I were, before we started this last conversation, just saying, well, let's come back to this very complex question of indigeneity in Mexico, because we're throwing around the term indigenous groups without examining the meanings, many meanings behind that in Mexico. And a couple of people had already kind of contrasted it with the way we use it here in North America with North American Indian groups. It's very different. Yeah. So I think, so the observation there is that we want to, if a community that is related to these objects has an interest in these objects, we want them to be at the table. And we want those choices to be made from that side of the table and not necessarily from ours per se. So, okay, I'm going to move on to this last question online. And this is from Bonnie Seymour. Bonnie is the registrar and assistant curator of the Nashville Parthenon. She says, I am currently in process of repatriating our collection of Mesoamerican artifacts to the INA. We have been collaborating with our local Mexican community. Fantastic. And one of their concerns is how can they stay connected to the pieces once they have returned to Mexico? Also, okay, so let's just stick with that. How can the local Mexican community in Nashville stay connected to these pieces once they've returned to Mexico? And that's a difficult question, but also comes back to John Pohl's question about the role of diaspora communities in Los Angeles, where we have such a large Mexican community. I don't know much about the Mexican community in Nashville. I'd wonder from Bonnie what stage their negotiations with Mexico are at. Is there room within their conversations with INA to talk about long-term educational programs that could benefit the Mexican population in Nashville with some kind of exchange of cultural objects? Are there study collections that can remain in the Parthenon's collection? Or is this a group of objects that is wholesale going back to the Mexican government? So, I mean, I think I would hope that there's opportunity. Does anybody have any additional ideas that they would share with Bonnie in Nashville? Okay. Well, I think I'm hoping that there's some takeaways just from our conversations today. And Bonnie, feel free to reach out to us at the Waystation, and we'll share this, the recording of this workshop today, and we'll share as we move forward with this project. Yeah, please go ahead, Lucia.
I think this is kind of related to it, but I think also considering that the diaspora, the Latinx diaspora in the United States, what becomes very critical too is once again this bridge, because they are very much disconnected from their history. And regrettably, well, in Mexico, from a very early age, you're taught the history. And we still are very far behind in the United States of acknowledging other histories that is not this mainstream narrative. So what becomes critical too, if we're sending some of these objects back in this interest of this community with the Parthenon, is how are they going to have access to this history that they're still struggling even to learn? If they don't start establishing these kind of collaborative type of projects with Mexico. I mean, we've had talks here where teachers have reached out to us where they're at bilingual schools and these students just are not learning any history about Mexico, the connections that we have, they know they exist. So I'd like to kind of see how you all are dealing with that at the Getty, at the Denver Art Museum, in terms of these issues with youth having access to their histories.
Well, since you mentioned Getty first, I guess so we're basically, our approach is to just make as much of the information available as possible. So we're not personally involving ourselves in repatriating objects or anything like that, but I feel like it really is at least in terms of understanding the study of pre-Hispanic art, it's really critical to understand this history of looting that's behind it as well. So maybe it chips away from these kind of narratives that we've devised as art historians and archaeologists, but I think it adds a layer of complexity, and I hope this is something that can sort of be discussed with it as well. So I think if I were to teach a class again on something like that, I would have to probably start with looting and the art market and things like that, and how the corpus is sort of constructed out of this. But I think just in terms of how we're dealing with it, we're just making as much information available as we possibly can. And I really personally like the idea of maybe we'll do an exhibition in a couple of years, and we hope to develop some course curricula as well that can be used in local K-12 environments, and see where it goes from there maybe.
So at Denver, we have a pretty active learning and engagement department. It's what we call our education department, and I work pretty closely with them. I think we have a really interesting structure at the Denver Art Museum that's a little bit different, I think, than other museums. So as a curator, I work hand in hand with an interpretive specialist. So somebody from the learning and engagement department that is with me from the very inception of an exhibition idea. So say I have the germ of something, I reach out to them. And so the entire arc of existence of an idea is being filtered through this interpretive lens, so that there is always an entry point for any visitor, but with a particular interest in diaspora, right? Like when we reinstalled the collections, the main question was, can you find your people? Like when you come to the floor. And for me, you know, I have lived in Mexico. I did all my field work there, and I'm very conscientious. I'm very conscious, and I try to be conscientious of the different object histories that we're dealing and handling in the collection. But I do think that they occupy a really significant place for telling those alternate histories and making the collection and those stories as accessible as possible to the community, particularly in Denver, in the larger state of Colorado, because we serve communities all along the Rocky Mountain region, right? It's 1,000+ miles to LA. It's 1,000+ miles to Chicago. It's almost 1,000 miles to Dallas. And those are the closest encyclopedic museums. Even Albuquerque is fairly far, you know, for people to go. So I don't want us to discount the diaspora in these conversations, because I really do think that there is a place for these collections. And often we don't go far enough to include the indigenous communities, the indigenous individuals that live in our communities, right? Like I am now just starting to try and bring those conversations into the gallery. And it's at a very, very early stage.
Just a commentary about what you're saying. Thank you. I will introduce myself because I only know Andrew and Victoria in this group. My name is Manuel Aguilar Moreno. I am a professor at Cal State LA in pre-Columbian art history, precisely. We have a university museum, we can say, with about 700 archaeological pieces of different parts of Mesoamerica. So what we do is bring the classes to the collection, so the students can be familiar with the objects, study the objects. We, in the different classes that we teach in art history, Chicano studies, all the different, we have 70% of Latinos in our university. So it's a place where we can connect with this diaspora. So what we do is to use that collection as really an educational collection, no? that serves the community. Because if we send it to Mexico, for example, this particular collection is, even though we have some pieces that are documented in journals and things like that, but what is going to happen is going to go to some warehouse of INA, because they have the museums full of objects already. And they will say, oh, this is a collection that is secondary. No, it will. So I think in this particular case, it makes more sense and is helping more these Latinos who live outside, Mexicans in particular, who lives outside in the diaspora, than if we return it to Mexico, no? Unless, and that would be my suggestion, when we talk about repatriations, we need to really talk with the high officers of the Consejo of Archaeology of INA to be sure what is the destination they are going to give to these objects. Because if you repatriate them, for them to have it in a bodega, in a warehouse, and nobody will see them again, including the communities that donated from here, that didn't make any sense, no? So then we also do exhibitions of these objects. For example, we do a Mesoamerican symposium every year in our university. So we do exhibitions of the objects. So in that way, people of the community and people who come from different places to our symposium are seeing what we have, and it's to make them educational the most as possible. That's the thing. And many classes, John Paul teaches with us, for example. So we, in our classes, in our seminars, we are always using these pieces. We have also some historical books of Mexico. We use them, codices, for those purposes, no? So the idea is, and as you said, there is a problem of how we educate people here and the difficulty of the Mesoamerican and these Mexican history elements, that they are distant from what is taught as a priority in the US. Yeah, but there are many ways in which we can do this. Victoria was talking about from the museum, Andrew from the different perspectives. So there are many ways, creative ways in which we can make this to be of service here. Or even if we repatriate it, it's okay also. But in my opinion, we need to be very careful that the recipients in Mexico, they are going to do a use that is at least equal or better of the use we do for those objects here, no? Also, for example, I know about, I don't tell the name, but I know about one university here who tried to repatriate Mexican objects, pre-Columbian objects that were excavated by some older archaeologists of the US, and they were kept in a bodega in this university, and said, okay, we need to repatriate. Yes, but if they were basically shards, pieces of objects, I don't think INA is going to, or who wants to pay the freight of all those objects that are not going to be exhibited in a museum because they are shards. So I think it's better that you use it for your archaeological schools in the US, those shards, to study styles or the thing. No, that would be my point, no? So just a complementation of what you are saying, no? Thank you.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because we've been just talking primarily of museum quality pieces, but how valuable it would be to hold on to those shards, because it's very problematic for students, depending on, if they don't have those opportunities to go to Mexico to see just a shard. So yes, we definitely need to take that into consideration. And I know Mexico does have an excess.
Complicated conversation.
Well, I mean, I think, learning from objects is powerful, and it's I mean, there's no substitute for that from a student point of view, and it's like a powerful, tangible connection to a past. And I think for me, as a person who's done some curating, I don't feel that I'm necessarily the right person to be making decisions about what stays and what goes. But I think your students, Manuel, are people who maybe as they, get a foothold in the curatorial field, these are perhaps people that should have a seat at the table and help make these decisions. So I think that's one advantage to having the students work with these collections. I would also like to say really quick, not directly related to what we were saying, but sometimes in our stock books, we do have little codes, abbreviations, something like that, or mention of a town in, say, Nayarit or somewhere like that. And it's really interesting to me to see that as objects change hands, there's a lot of information that gets lost as well. So, by going back to these stock books, sometimes we can actually trace where an object is actually from. So we can actually connect some of these objects to communities that now just seem like sort of generalized West Mexico pieces or something like that. So that's also something to consider.
So I'm gonna bring it back to the very annoying question, I think, which is at the root of all of this. Who in the Waystation is going to, like, how is this decision going to be made about who is choosing what the definition of indigeneity and like who the affected communities are? Like, is that going to be done by the Cherokee Museum? Is it going to be done by us? Who's making that choice?
Well, let's move back then to the question, the elephant in the room, this word indigeneity. The Waystation isn't going to make those kinds of determinations, certainly not. The Waystation wants to act in a consensus building role to bring different parties to the table to talk about these definitions as we're doing here today. So this is, step one. And I think part of step one is clearly talking about what indigenous means when we're applying it to Mexico. So.
Please participate in that question. Sorry.
So I've been thinking about this question for a while now from a lot of different angles. And I did this very deep dive over the holidays, reading about indigenismo, but not in the art historical sense, but more from the nationalist campaigns. And it was fascinating. So not my area, okay? Like very clearly not my area. So I was trying to teach myself basically indigenismo, and all of a sudden I'm reading in the constitutions and how indigenismo really was a campaign of assimilation, right? And this really interesting anecdote that somebody else wrote about the Inter-American Conference that's to take place in Pátzcuaro in 1940. And this is, this really important conference. And the man who was really heading it was Moisés Sáenz. And Moisés Sáenz had this idea that he was going to bring indigenous communities and indigenous actors to the table. They were going to have a voice in how the policies towards indigenous communities, the national policies were going to happen. ¿Qué pasa? Moisés Sáenz dies like 48 hours before the conference is to begin. So who gets the leadership? Manuel Gamio. And Manuel Gamio goes, no, we're not having indigenous people at the table. This is a scientific enterprise. We are anthropologists. This is participant observation. They cannot be part of it. Imagine how different this conversation would be if Moisés Sáenz hadn't died. But just to say that a lot of the things that we're talking about really have roots in how indigenous people in Latin America have been marginalized, how they have been defined in that period of independence, of the Republican period, and then afterwards, after the war in Mexico, but also in the 16th century, where you had the reducciones, you had all of these communities assimilated into larger populations, right? You had the forced mixed mestizaje because being indigenous was being lesser than. So I'm prefacing, I want to bring this to the table just to say that it's just not a simple question, and that we cannot answer it in a linear way, given the very deep and pernicious effect of colonization and conquest in the Americas.
And I think, you know, we also have to go to the intellectual roots of the Mexican Revolution and go back to Jose Vasconcelos and La Raza Cósmica, which is a pretty wacky text. But I think, you know, in the context of a decade of civil war and, you know, 1 million dead, it sort of made sense to say, you know, we are all mestizos. And we are mestizos not because of our 23andMe, because of our genetic makeup, but because, you know, we speak Spanish, and it doesn't matter if your ancestors are European or African or indigenous, we're all Mexicans, and we're all united by this national project. And part of the, you know, there was an assimilationist component to that project, which was to, you know, I think it was Cardenas that said, Mexicanize the Indian, right? Teach the Indian Spanish so they can be part of the unity that is the Mexican nation as well. So that clearly plays differently in the context of the 21st century, but in the context of Mexico emerging from the Civil War or the revolution of the teens, it makes a difference. I think it makes more sense.
I'd like to share a personal experience because sometimes we have well, at this time, we often see the opposite happening too. I direct a project, an archaeological project, the Tierra Caliente in Michoacan. It's an archaeometallurgy project, actually. And the local population there, they're newcomers. They got there in the 70s, back in the 70s, and they spent like a decade claiming the land. And they only in the 90s became like the owners. But these are people who came from a different region that it's more like mestizo, actually very European looking. But in order to get the land, they had to like claim indigenous descent. Like they call themselves indigenous, like indígenas, and they actually try to you know, become that in a way, because or become what they claim they are. One of the reasons we found this site, it's because of a colonial, like an early colonial document, the Lienzo de Jicalan, which describes this site as a copper producing, an indigenous copper producing site. And they learned this, and they're so interested, and they want to, you know, the lienzo, it's actually, it's fabric. It's a very fragile piece now, and it's actually at the Museo de Antropología in Mexico City, and there are replicas all over. But they want to reproduce that in a different material, like a permanent, because they want like a monument to the lienzo there, and that's the other side of the coin. People who do want, do need that identity as well.
They've created an identity, or claiming an identity.
Just to add to that, I think that tends to happen when there is this bridge is not made between the past and the present, and what we experience as many marginalized people experience. I mean, the same thing happened with Chicanismo here in the United States. You're lost. You don't know where you're from. So you're looking, especially when you're marginalized. You want to belong to something or somebody, to this bigger picture. And I think the same thing might have happened with this community that just planted themselves there. They still wanted to belong. It's that need I think this human need that we all have. Yeah. And that's where we have a very, I think, very big responsibility in terms of facilitating these stories for them.
But I think it's important, as you point out, Lucha, that those communities that are so marginalized and that are searching for identity, in some cases, this is a reconstitution of an identity, and that I just want to be careful to say, like, that doesn't invalidate it, right? Like, this reconstitution is valid in a totally maybe different way than what we see in the United States, where there's maybe more of a continuous thread. I just want to be careful because so often, like, so I'm from Puerto Rico, and right now there's a real resurgence of Tainidad, and it is so discriminated against because for so many people in the island, it's thought to be just pure invention, right? But again, it's this kind of a product of colonization and marginalization, where we know there was a loss of knowledge because actually the census eliminated the category of Indio, or in this case, Taino, right? They just eliminated it at a certain point because it made it easier to not have that as an identity category, right? So I think, Blanca, your story is so important to share, right? Because here you have, okay, it's in the 70s and 90s, but a pueblo that wants to build roots, that wants to find identity, because it's in a moment where we do feel lost. We do feel like, you know, you're searching for something. And we have the Chicano community across the whole United States, and here in Los Angeles with the, you know, Chicano Research Center here at UCLA plays such a key part of that, right? 1491 forever, man. Like, it's a portal to a past. So I don't want to lose sight of that. And I don't want others to maybe misinterpret that this reconstitution of Indigenous identity is entirely a valid way of searching for a history. At least in my, Blanca, I don't mean to like put words in your mouth, but
thank you guys for all those thoughtful answers. I will apologize for the next question too, because I'm a logistical person. And this is how I'm thinking about it. There's all these beautiful, complicated interpretations of identity. It sounds like from our answers that we're trying to get the many stakeholders to come to a consensus about what to do with things. And then maybe that's the way forward for the Waystation and like what we're calling Indigenous groups, or the, like kind of the end goal of this. If we're including these really different interpretations in a way to try to create consensus, I mean, how are we going to do that with groups that, for like the Latino diaspora, for example? Is that a seat at this table?
say yes. I think Manuel's point is well taken. It's always going to be a case-by-case basis, and it will always depend on the context. I would say the civic context of the collection. But as somebody who works in a museum, I will say once more, like, museums matter. And it's because you can walk into this very public place and find some kind of connection. So again, it shouldn't be the only deciding vote, right? But I would argue that yes, you should have a seat at the table.
I think diaspora groups, yes, have a seat at the table, and museums have a seat at the table. To go back really to Kelly's question, we've, from the beginning, the Waystation has been asked questions like, this is really hard. How are you going to do this? And you're a process person. So am I. Same issue. And so we've had to say to ourselves, just because this is challenging doesn't mean we're not going to try to do it. So that's our approach. So the purpose of Waystation workshops is to find a way forward and to create a way forward when one doesn't already exist. So, you know, I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of this feedback. It's incredibly important, not just for this project, but for every other conversation like this, for every other culture in the world whose cultural heritage will be approached with, you know, as the Waystation moves on. But I never want to avoid these complicated questions either, because they are the most important ones, the ones that make us confront how we're going to do this from the process point of view. You know, the next thing we have to tackle is, okay, we do have to sit down and say, there has to be steps here. You know, there has to be a, what do we do next? So that's the next question, you know.
Does anybody have any additional questions? I feel like the questions we've drafted, we've pretty much answered many of them, which is great to be able to say that. But anybody else have some like last thoughts or anything? No?
I think you mentioned the diaspora here in the United States. I think it's very important that maybe send docents out to the schools and at an early age so they can understand what their forefathers went through and all. A friend of mine in Pasadena was a docent, some of her friends from a folk art group, and they would go out to the local school districts and teach the kids about the artisania and the heritage that exists. And that's something that's dying out now in Mexico. And if we don't do something about it soon, then the things you're talking about, the ancient arts, will not be understood. Because many of those artisans are utilizing those pre-Columbian beliefs and the heritage. A good friend of mine, Marta Turok, was here in town in San Diego about 4 weeks ago, and she was talking about the artisans from Puebla and Mexico City and how the young ones are not continuing the legacy or the tradition. So that's something very important, because I'm a collector of arte popular, vintage Mexican folk art, and there was a sale recently at Moran's in December, and I was bidding against the Getty. I didn't realize that there was it was the Frederick Davis collection, and one of the first lots that I enjoyed was the guest book from Frederick Davis's home from 1920 something to 1955. And the couple that was bidding, I thought they were book dealers. They were from the Getty. So I'm sorry? No, I know. I would recognize you now. But I think it's very important that whether it's the diaspora here in the United States or you mentioned Indígena, that's a term that was brought up in the Caribbean by Amy Césaire. And when Breton came to Haiti in 1945, he brought that issue up to the intelligentsia. It almost caused a revolution. He was kicked out of the country. But this is something that is going on. It's the name Indígena is coming back into line because this is the 100th anniversary of Surrealism, the manifesto. So you're seeing shows like the Afro-Atlantic History Show that was at LACMA that traveled for 2 years, started in Sao Paulo. There's a show now that's just opened, is going to open on the 10th, tomorrow, at the Fort Worth Museum, the Modern Art Museum. And they will have artists from Puerto Rico. I've been there twice in the last year, and I noticed in Puerto Rico that my friend Ignacio Cortez, you may know the name, he has a foundation there. The schools there do not really have a budget for the arts. It's very sad. Only there's a couple individual high schools, I understand, that do have a program for the arts. So this is a worldwide problem. So I hope that everybody here on the panel and yourself and Cal State LA can continue passing the word. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Our next step, I think, will come in the form of a proposal for next steps. Given all the ideas, I mean, what we like to do after, especially an incredibly successful workshop like this, where so many things were brought up and posed and considered, our next step is to, white paper it and really try to consider all of these questions and suggestions. So we'll be in touch. And we hope that we can reconvene actually pretty soon, at least in order to respond to the Museum of the Cherokee People with at least the amount, the data that you've already given us. Just thank you for taking the time to do that, because they're interested, of course, in learning about the objects that are currently in their care. And then, of course, towards the next step, whatever that might be. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Have a wonderful Saturday evening. And we hope to see you at the next Waystation workshop.